Welcome to ILTV News. We're here with a special live broadcast to bring you the latest from the hostage release. There are 6 hostages set to be released today from Hamas captivity. We are here in studio with a panel. We'll be bringing you expert analysis. We have Vivian Berkovich, the former Canadian ambassador to Israel, and we also have in studio the Brigadier General Danny Van Buren. Thank you so much for joining us today. Of course, in the field, we also have in Hostage Square Ariella Lachiani from ILTV and Shosh Bedrosian, who will be bringing us updates on the ground of what's happening. In the meantime, I want to open with a discussion here about, what we expect to see today. There are 6 hostages set to be released today. We have 3 of them who were kidnapped from the Nova Festival, the music festival, Elia Cohen, Omer Shem Tov, and Omer Weinkert. And then, of course, we have 3 others being released from a second location in Gaza today. We'll have Tal Shoam, who was kidnapped from his home in Kibbutz, not his home, he was visiting, in Kibbutz Be'eri, as well as Hisham El-Sayed and Avera Mengistu, who have actually been held for 10 years in Hamas captivity, so a bit longer than the October 7th massacre that we're looking at with the rest of the hostages now. Vivian, what do you expect to see based on what we've seen from the first 6 releases of hostages in this phase?
I expect that we will see more grotesque theatrics, and when we do see them, we'll be shocked yet again because they just seem to constantly surpass themselves, Hamas. I hope we will see 6 men walking out, as we say in Hebrew, on their own 2 legs, in reasonable health and condition, physically. And aside from that, I don't have the nerve to predict. And I think we'll also see, we're already seeing early signs of, again, the grotesqueness, the slogans, they continue to kind of up the ante, guys standing around holding RPGs, guns, masks, all the paraphernalia, and cheering families out for a fun Saturday morning in the rain.
Well, we see now some of the footage. We'll be playing a lot of the footage from the ground at the 2 sites of the releases today. This first scene that we're seeing is in Nuseirat, where 3 of the hostages are set to be released in a little bit. We'll also be giving you updates about the Red Cross as they arrive to the scene. Danny, what do you expect to see from what's going on today with this hostage release, especially based on what we've seen just even in this past week? I mean, the scenes from the release of the bodies of hostages that were returned to Israel on Thursday. I mean, what are we expecting here on the ground? We already see, hordes of Hamas supporters and members with weapons on the ground getting ready for this release.
Yeah, I think Vivian is absolutely right. It is a grotesque theater. And whenever I see a release of hostages, I'm trying not to focus on the details because they're all part of the Hamas plan, to exercise psychological terror, whether it's by making the hostages speak on the stage or, giving some pro-Hamas or anti-Israeli speech over there. And I think that we should focus just on the outcome. The fact that we are going to get 6 of our brothers back. Some of them, as you mentioned, were held there like 10 years. So this is the only thing that we should care about, and we should not focus on the details because they only serve the Hamas propaganda.
All right. Well, I don't know, Shosh, do we have an update about some of the backstory of these hostages? I'd love to hear more from you on the ground about the first 3 that are set to be released. We have Omer Shem Tov and Elia Cohen, and also Omer Weinkert, who were kidnapped from the Nova Festival. And then, of course, in Rafah, we see set to be released Tal Shoam and Hisham El-Sayed, an Arab Israeli, as well as Avera Mengistu, an Israeli of Ethiopian descent, who's been held over 10 years. What more can you tell us, Shosh?
Yeah, let's start with Elia Cohen, and I want to start with him because there's been a recent sign of life from Elia Cohen. One of the recently released hostages actually saw him alive in Hamas captivity. It was one of the first signs of life we've had from him in more than a year. Elia Cohen was at the Nova Music Festival with his girlfriend, Ziv. She's became very well known for her efforts to try to bring him home. The 2 of them laid underneath dead bodies at the Nova Music Festival Festival. Specifically, Elia Cohen went into that shelter of death where Hersha Goldberg Poland was pulled from, or Levy was pulled from, and then kidnapped in the back of one of those pickup trucks. He is said to have a gunshot wound to the leg, and there's been a recent sign of life from him. His family has been really advocating to get him home. Talking about Omer Shem Tov, I know Ariella, both of us know a little bit about his story. He's from Herzliya. What else can you tell us about him?
Right, so he is from Herzliya. He was kidnapped from the Nova Festival along with Itai and Maya Regev, who were released in November 2023. He was, however, kept in captivity. And Itai Regev actually stated that at the time when he was released, he would have rather stayed with Omer. Omer is celiac and asthmatic, so there have been a lot of concerns about his condition, about his state. You know, we know from other hostages who've been released that they were living off barely 1 pitta a day. Now, for a celiac, that's really concerning. So him coming home is a massive sigh of relief, and of course we won't have that relief until we see him standing on his 2 feet. But it's definitely promising that he's coming home.
And not only that, going back to Omer Shem Tov's story, he was kidnapped with 2 of his friends, Maya and Itai Regev. The 2 of them were released back in November of 2023. They were able to tell us signs of life about Omer Shem Tov. They say he was not only optimistic, but he had this essence about him wanting to do kiddush on Shabbat, on Friday nights, marking every single Friday and Shabbat in Hamas captivity. He actually even made the blessing over the bread, over the challah, every single night, even taking salt off the pretzels, trying to, do the ritual of putting salt on challah before you eat it on Shabbat. And so he's been trying to keep his faith. So many hostages have been trying to keep their faith inside of Hamas captivity. Going off one of the other hostages set to come out today is Tal Sham. He was kidnapped from Kibbutz Be'eri with 8 members of his family. All of them have said to have been released in November of 2023. Tal was with his family on Simchat Torah morning. They were hiding, and he was separated from his family when he was kidnapped. We have not received any signs of life from Tal Sham, and 2 of the hostages that are set to come out today are 2 that have been in Hamas captivity for more than a decade, which is unbelievable to think that these 2 men who have aged by 10 years in Hamas captivity will be walking out at some point today from Gaza. I mean, it's an unbelievable thing to think that these men are actually alive after, surviving 10 years plus a war. Right. So, and then we have Omer Wenkert, who also survived the Nova Music Festival. He was also taken. He was last communicated with his family on that morning saying, quote, "I'm scared to death." That was one of his last messages he sent to his family. He suffers from colitis, which is a really serious illness and condition that he has. His mother says that typically he would have episodes, really dramatic health episodes when it comes to this condition that he has. And he's someone that grew up. He is known as being an outgoing, very lovable person who has a big friend group. He wants to be a restaurant critic. These people have hopes and dreams, and they're hoping to just get back to this place, this life that they once had that was absolutely stolen from them. Emily?
All right. Well, thank you for that update. We'll be sure to give you more information about all of these hostages as they come out. Each of them, of course, has their own story, their own lives, their own loved ones who have been advocating for their release. And we are very hopeful that what we'll see today will be positive. Of course, based on the previous hostage release, we've had some really horrific scenes when it comes to these macabre theatrics on the ground in Gaza. Just as a reminder for those of you who are tuning in only in the last few minutes, there will be 2 locations of the hostage release today. The first one will be in Rafah. The second one will be in Nuseirat. And in those hostage release, we will see 3 released in the first in Rafah in the southern Gaza Strip. And then we will see after that the remaining 3 to be released from Nuseirat. And now if you're watching, if you're tuning in, you will see the footage of the IDF helicopters arriving on the base in Re'im military base, where the hostages who are released are set to be returned initially. So what will happen is first they will be transferred from Hamas hands or from the terrorist organization hands into the hands of the Red Cross on the ground in Gaza. After that, the Red Cross will transfer those hostages into IDF territory, into IDF hands at Re'im base, where they will undergo initial medical and health checks before being returned and reunited with their family on the ground in Israel. So several steps to be going through today. We'll be giving you updates on the ground as each of those steps comes forward. One of the things I wanted to bring back to our panel here in the studio is Shosh mentioned that a lot of these hostages being released today are in humanitarian situations. They have health issues. This isn't unusual. It's something we've seen for quite a few of the hostages who we know were not given proper medical treatment. Many of them injured with shrapnel injuries, had, surgeries. In the case of Mia Shem, for example, a former hostage, she was operated on by a vet. So we see a consistent trend of an absolute failure to take care of these hostages, while at the same time, we see major propaganda efforts from Hamas across media and social media to imply the polar opposite, that in fact they're taking care of these hostages. Even with the horrific scenes at the Bibas release on Thursday, they claimed that they acted with respect for the bodies, for the coffins of these Israeli hostages, Israeli children. I just want to emphasize for our viewers. Vivian, what is your take on this issue from what we've seen in terms of the violation of the basic rights and the health care of these hostages on the ground? Somewhat to be expected, horrific nonetheless.
Absolutely. And I mean, I think you were maybe even too kind, Emily, because they've not received medical care. They just have not. So you referred to Mia Shem and that a vet apparently operated on her. We know stories of other surgeries, Maya Regev, and the way in which her dangling foot was sort of like just kind of glued back on.
I think it's also important to know, for those of our viewers who don't know, Maya Regev was a former hostage who was released, and one of the things that she's testified about since then, and by the way, she is a good friend of one of the hostages we see being released today, but Hamas actually intentionally tortured her in her already injured leg. They intentionally inflicted pain on that area rather than treating her. So this is a really savage.
And we know that they've done that with other people. We know they've done that with Romy Gonen, and we can assume with every other hostage. But I mean, look, the bottom line is these people, and particularly the men who are coming out now, have probably been held in tunnels throughout their captivity. They may have had brief spells above ground. We know they've been starved. We know they've been denied proper water, medical care. I mean, it's just not even a thought. So they've been held in the most barbaric, inhumane conditions. And then on top of that, tortured and humiliated. And I mean, each time we see them come out and able to walk, even with assistance, I look at them and I think, well, isn't that a miracle? But these people have been through such horrors. And I think we also need to recognize that Hamas has been preparing these people by giving them a little extra food and water and allowing them to clean up before releasing them. So, we know from the IDF female soldiers that were released about a month ago now, they had said to their parents, had we been released 2 weeks ago, we would have looked like cadavers as well.
So we know there's an intentional misrepresentation, perhaps, of how these hostages are perceived. I think the first time the Israeli public really got, I don't know if you can even say a good look at it, but they saw a good look at how these hostages were really treated was the shocking scenes with the return of Eli Sharabi and a few of the hostages who came out looking, quite honestly, like Holocaust survivors. I mean, what's your take on this intentional starvation, as we've heard about, of the hostages?
I think what we're witnessing now is a modern version of Clash of Civilization, which is a book by Huntington written in '96. But now the real clash is between the Western world and this supposed to be called civilization that has no human values. What we all share, decency and minimum treat of hostages and so on, they don't reply to these values. And I want to say another thing about the Hamas show over there, that, all these guys with clean uniform and RPG launchers and whatever, these are the same terrorists that were beaten in any encounter with the IDF. And once we go back to war, and I think we all understand that it is only a matter of time, they will be beaten again. And this whole show will go away to history because they will, and we must wipe them off the earth. And this is what we need to remember whenever we see these, as you mentioned, people who look like Holocaust survivors. These are the monsters that we are dealing with. And there is no other solution other than wiping them out of the earth.
All right, so just to confirm with our viewers, we do have Tal Shoam, Avera Mengistu, and Hisham Al-Sayad. They will be released from Rafah. That will be the first release, followed by the remaining three. Danny, I know you mentioned the show that Hamas has consistently put on, and as we see already with the setup of not one but two stages at different locations in Gaza, they are continuing that trend, despite the fact that this week we saw quite a bit of criticism, perhaps more than ever, over the Bibas release, which we'll get to in a minute. But I just wanted to point out that at least in one of these cases, they have printed on one of the signs, the land distinguishes its people from the dual nationality foreigners. Of course, this is alluding to the Austrian Israeli hostage, Tal Shoam. Quite a few different nationalities have been represented by these different hostages that Hamas took captive on October 7th and have been holding since then, with several different releases spaced out over this time. Really despicable scenes. Shosh and Ariella, I want to throw to you and hear a little bit more about the propaganda efforts that we've seen on the ground from Hamas throughout these hostage release events. We saw this week President Trump, for the first time, actually coming out saying he was sickened by the scenes of the Bibas release. I don't know if there's another word, but I guess festival we could describe how Hamas put it together. I mean, just despicable scenes. But what do you know about what we've seen from Hamas on this front?
I mean, I think it's something that we've seen time and time again in each hostage release since the beginning of this deal. But finally, I think specifically with the release of the Bibas family just a couple of days ago, I think finally some eyes are opening to it and to the propaganda. Even the UN has called it abhorrent. I mean, it's absurd. It's a theatrical show. They are on a stage. The kind of propaganda we saw in Nazi Germany of Jews, Netanyahu is he's a Satan, each coffin with pictures of each hostage saying the date they were arrested on, as if they had committed some crime other than just being a Jew, arrested on 7th of October. Tell me why a 9-month-old baby was arrested. So, I mean, it's something that finally, I think, with the Bibas children, it's becoming harder for the anti-Israel activists to justify.
Yeah, I think this has really opened the eyes of so many, and specifically not only the propaganda, Emily, that you mentioned, but the way in which these two children were murdered. Remember, Hamas claimed back in November of 2023, Shiri and her two children were killed by an Israeli airstrike. I mean, we're more than a year out from when that took place, and once the bodies of Kafir and Ariel were taken to Abu Kabir Forensic Institute and were examined, the IDF basically said that their deaths and the way in which they were killed was by the hands of their captors. I think that moment all of a sudden shook people and made people realize that the ideas that the Hamas terrorists are operating on is one that most human beings cannot imagine. It's a very complicated mix of emotions here in Israel. We have 6 lives that are set to come out of Gaza today on the backdrop of the last 48 hours and the catastrophe that Hamas has created. Remember, on that stage on Thursday, they portrayed a 4th coffin, which they said was Shiri Bibas's body, which it was not. It was a random Gazan woman's remains. And once the Forensic Institute opened up that coffin, they were and examined it multiple times, they were able to see so easily it was not Shiri Bibas. And spontaneously last night, Hamas decided to hand over that body. It's the games. It's finally the circle has been closed for the Bibas family, but the games that they played in order to get to this moment has been ones that you cannot imagine. The torture Yarden Bibas has likely gone through is one that no father on this planet should ever have to endure. And truthfully, it feels as if it is stories that we have heard from history books from the Holocaust. And it's a catastrophe. And here in Hostage Square, they've actually set up a shrine of some sort with the photos of Kafir, Ariel, and Oded Lifshitz. People have been coming here, putting candles. There's just so much emotion around this family, and I think it's because people have been truly in denial that the children have been killed. I mean, what do you think in terms of that?
I mean, I think you said it, but I think it's psychological warfare. The games they played the body of Shiri Bibas is psychological warfare. The whole nation was gripped by having these three hostages returned home, and Hamas had to make us wait that extra mile, have that confusion and that lack of trust yet again. So it's heartbreaking, and as you said, it's heartbreaking because today we do have 6 hostages living, but the nation is mourning right now. We are still grieving the news of the Bibas family and Oded Lifshitz. So it's bittersweet moment, something that we've seen throughout this whole journey.
Definitely, and just going off of Oded Lifshitz for a second, I think it's really important to talk about who he was as a person. And he was actually a peace activist, Emily. He was someone that would actually go into Gaza, pick up Palestinian patients and bring them to Israel for medical treatment at hospitals. This was a person that believed not only in the Palestinian state, but that there can somehow be coexistence. These are the types of people that lived in the Eshkol region in the south that were so severely impacted, that are still in Gaza right now. But Oded Lifshitz was also brutally murdered in Palestinian Islamic Jihad captivity. He was also kidnapped from Kibbutz Nir Oz, and so he was someone that really believed in peace, and Hamas and PIJ and the ideas that they believed in. Look at what happened, not only to children, but someone who believed in them. And so I think the reality in Israel and the mood has just been in a disheveled state, and hopefully with the release of these 6 hostages, it can bring that mood back up. And you know, Israel and Jews celebrate life, and I think this is an opportunity that we will hopefully see today.
All right, thank you, Shosh, for that update. We will continue to keep you updated on what's happening on the ground in Hostage Square. At every hostage release, we have seen large crowds of Israelis, despite the fact it's happening on a weekend every single time, on a Shabbat morning. We have seen large groups of Israelis come out and support. And as Shosh mentioned, it has been an extremely difficult week. I think anybody in the state of Israel has felt that sorrow over the loss of these, Bibas children, and of course their mother Shiri, and a shocking order of events, even when it comes to the release of the bodies, which we didn't know if they had actually been killed or not, and Hamas, accusing Israel of killing this family, of tearing this family apart, really. And it's not the first time we've seen this cynical abuse of families. I mean, we've seen it also with Eli Sharabi's family when he came out of captivity, only to learn after that Hamas had murdered his wife and children. We are going to be turning to the live feed in a few minutes with what's happening. It is set to begin in just a number of minutes, at least. The Red Cross arrival, we'll keep you updated on that. And just to clarify, a slight correction from earlier, only Tal Shoam and Avera Mengistu will be being released from Rafah. The remainder will apparently, according to the information we have now, be released from Nusirat. So we'll continue to keep you updated on that. Vivian, I wanted to ask you about this Bibas, the coffins that we saw on stage, the noting, the arrest of Shiri Bibas and all of the subsequent events that happened when we found out that it wasn't, in fact, the body of Shiri Bibas, which only, in fact, was confirmed this morning for our viewers, that the second body that Hamas sent over was actually confirmed to be Shiri Bibas this morning. What was your response to the events that we saw on Thursday?
Disgust, and I'd love to say shock, but I'm not shocked. I have my expectations can never be too low for what Hamas is going to come up with. I expected, based on, you'll recall on Wednesday night on TV and radio, the government was already sort of getting us ready. They were saying, don't let your kids watch TV tomorrow morning. And by the way, we anticipate that we may have difficulty identifying whatever remains are provided or are sent or returned. And what that said to me is it's going to be really, we have advanced intelligence. We know that this, whatever ceremony they put together on the ground in Gaza is going to be horrific, and they don't keep your kids away, but also there are going to be identification issues. So it was so clear that they're up to something bad, really bad. And I think the expectation generally was that it was going to have to do with one of the kids, and especially fear. People were talking about, you know, babies don't have teeth. Well, babies have bones. So, I mean, they put us all on this edge. I have to say I wasn't expecting them to mess around with Shiri, but the whole spectacle, I mean, it shook us all to our core. And arrested? That's Holocaust
I'm just going to pause you for a moment, Vivian, just for our viewers, so you can see now the Red Cross is headed towards the site in order to have the transfer of the Israeli hostages. You can see now the vehicles arriving to at least one of the sites now, the Red Cross flags. Now, the Red Cross has actually received quite a bit of criticism throughout these hostage release fiascos because of their involvement in the, theatrics of the release. In each of the stages, we've seen Red Cross staff actually on the stage, signing documents for the release of these poor hostages before the actual transfer was taking place. Red Cross has also been criticized prior to that due to their inaction when it comes to the hostages. They have failed, or in some cases have refused to try to transfer medication to some of these hostages. Of course, something which falls within their responsibilities as the International Red Cross. And we saw only in the last hostage release the coffins, when we see children being handed back in coffins. Then the Red Cross says, oh, maybe we have a problem here. So there was some controversy over this last release. And the thing I think I find most shocking about this is that why only now? I mean, why does the Red Cross only have a problem now when we saw, 3 grown men being dragged out across the stage, forced to give speeches to a crowd of jeering Palestinians? Red Cross didn't have a problem with that, but now they have a problem. We also saw in response to this event, the UN actually condemning for the first time, who they have obviously done nothing in this incident so far. What's your take on this international hypocrisy, but in particular the Red Cross? We can see now the vehicles arriving closely before crowds of armed Hamas terrorists. Vivian.
Yeah, I'm not a big Red Cross fan, but I will say this, that I think that these people on the ground who are coming in and driving these cars and interacting with Hamas, they're not the Pierre Krallenmules who are running the organization in Switzerland. That's where the criticism should be aimed, in my view. The first time that these Red Cross people showed up and were sort of asked or told to sign, I'm not sure that it would have been terribly smart for them to say, no, I'm not doing that, because who knows what would have happened. What goes on the ground in these grotesque theater sets, that is something that should be dealt with by Egypt, Qatar, the United States, and the Israeli government. I don't think that we should be putting that on the Red Cross workers in their vans. These people don't make policy. Mm-hmm. They're doing a tough job, and they are in danger. So,
Danny, what's your take on this issue, this Red Cross UN condemnation that we're only seeing now?
Yeah, it's not just the Red Cross. I totally agree. It's not the people on the ground. It's the entire international community which exercise hypocrisy whenever they speak about Israel. It's the UN and the World Health Organizations and women rights organizations and so on. Nobody cared once women were raped or children were murdered. Nobody said a word. And this is something that the entire international community should take under consideration, whether they are playing double standards when it comes to Israel rather than other nations in the world.
Now, when it comes to the military, I mean, what we've seen in all of these hostage release events, what we're seeing right now before us on the screen, as you can see, a lot of cameras, first off, but also a lot of armed Hamas terrorists. Now, militarily speaking, what is the meaning of this? What is the impact of this? What is Hamas trying to project, and is it accurate?
Yeah, they're trying to project that they're still in power, that they have, they recruited new members. Some of the people that you see wearing masks, they could be 15-year-old boys, because we don't know who's hiding behind the masks. and they have all clean and shine uniforms and vehicles and so on. But you have to remember that outside this scene, this theater and show, you have the entire Gaza buildings are torn apart and destroyed and ruined, and the population is in desperate need for something else rather than being governed by Hamas. But what they are trying to make the entire Western civilization understand or think that they are still in power. They still have a power over the population in Gaza, but I think they're really aiming at the population in Judea and Samaria, because this is the place where they want to start the next war against Israel. This is the place they want to take the power of the Palestinian Authority, and this is why they are still fighting the same fight against Israel, to show that they are still in power and they are relevant.
Now, I just want to point out for our viewers on the screen, I'm not sure if you were able to catch it now, but I'm sure in a few more minutes you will see more examples of this. A lot of children are being brought out to these release, I guess, celebrations is the word, on the ground in Gaza. I think right now you can see a young girl with a pink backpack, perhaps with her brother next to her, who are here in Nuseirat in Gaza, watching the events that are about to unfold, being side by side with armed terrorists on the scene. And of course, I think most disturbingly what we saw on Thursday. I mean, we saw large groups of Palestinian children, of parents with their babies in some cases, coming out to watch the transfer of four dead bodies, of four Israeli hostages, including an infant in coffins. I mean, really, really vile scenes. You can see here over the edge of the Red Cross, there are some children standing behind the Hamas terrorists. And we see the Red Cross now waiting to receive the first few of the transfers in Rafah. So we are showing you the footage right now from on the ground in Rafah. Again, the Red Cross has arrived at the site of the initial transfer. We do see some movement, but mostly right now we see Hamas waiting for the transfer to take place of the first few hostages. It'll be really interesting, I think, to see the conditions, especially of Avera Mengistu and Hisham al-Sayad. Both of these cases were people who, in some way or another, voluntarily entered, perhaps by mistake, into Gaza. In the case of Hisham and Avera, both they are struggling with mental illnesses, as has been reported by both of their families, and yet Hamas has taken them hostage and held them to be used as human bargaining chips for the purpose of releasing a lot of the terrorists. Now, I know we're going to circle back to this probably several times in this broadcast, but I do want to point out today just some quick statistics about what we expect to see in terms of prisoner releases on the Palestinian side. On Saturday, today, there will be 628 terrorists released in exchange for the lives of these 6 hostages, in addition to the 4 bodies that we saw being released on Thursday. Just to point out now, we do see a Red Cross vehicle being opened, the door being opened. I think we, in the next couple of minutes, probably will be seeing the transfer of at least the first few hostages on the ground there. But in regards to the prisoner release, we will see the release of at least 50 of those terrorists who are serving life sentences. 47 of the people being released today, the Palestinian prisoners being released in order for this exchange to take place, are repeat offenders. They are people who were released in the Gilad Shalit prisoner exchange when over 1,000 terrorists were released in exchange for the return of IDF soldier Gilad Shalit a few years ago. Incidentally, one of the people who was released in that exchange, of course, was Yahya Sinwar, who was the mastermind behind the October 7th massacre. Additionally, today we will see the release of 445 Gaza residents who have been arrested throughout this operation, but not on October 7th, for their involvement with terrorism during Israel's ground operation in Gaza. So that is who we can expect to see. I'll be giving you some more updates about who some of these individuals are on the ground, but certainly a very, very high price being paid by the state of Israel in order for the return of our hostages, or in the case of what's happening now, just some of our hostages so far. Danny, I want to ask you about this release of Palestinian prisoners. Is Israel equipped to deal with, releasing them back into society? I know some of them are being deported, in some cases, to Gaza. What is the security establishment response to this release?
Naturally, you know, when you bring back to the grounds people who are experts in murder, you cannot expect anything else but them to start, you know, doing their thing again. And we've been witnessing, as you mentioned before, the fact that while we managed to get back Gilad Shalit, we released more than 1,000 prisoners. One of them was Yahya Sinwar, who was the mastermind behind the October 7th. And this is what we can expect. So Israel should be prepared for this. And I just want to comment on the fact that you mentioned that there is a young girl with a backpack on the ground. This is what they're educating the children. I remember once Hillary Clinton visited Israel. I think they took her to Ramallah to show her a daycare of Palestinians. And the kids were playing with AK-47s. This is the education. And once you have a young girl witnessing such events, and yet then you cannot expect otherwise than getting Yahya Sinwars and likes.
Vivian, I want to get your take on this. The prisoner releases, the type of people we're seeing released. We saw at the Bibas release, one of the convicted terrorists serving multiple life sentences who had been released just, I believe it was a week or perhaps 2 weeks before, was on the ground giving interviews at the scene of the release of these 4 bodies who were being returned to Israel. What's your response to these prisoner releases?
Well, I think that they're just wrong in every possible way. And the fact that, you know, a released prisoner is out there just deliberately and very directly and audaciously taunting Israel. You know, here I am. And that's happened, I think, every week. They've either shown up with vehicles that they took on October 7th, some of them military, some of them belonging to individuals. They've had individuals on stage showing their faces who we know have been directly involved in October 7 related atrocities. So, I mean, it's sick. The sickest part, which I've never understood, and maybe Danny can help, is these ratios that we always seem to agree to. You know, and this to me is a very different situation from Gilad Shalit, this prisoner exchange. But why these outrageous ratios, you know, hundreds to 1? Makes no sense at all.
And of course, in the case of Gilad Shalit, we had over 1,000 for one. So a very high price. You did make a good point about the people whose faces we know right now on the screen, right next to the Red Cross. You can see, well, now we're panning a little bit, but you can see the faces of some of the terrorists who have been killed by the IDF. On almost every week, we've seen flyers or posters of, you know, pictures of Yahya Sinwar, pictures of other notable Hamas and sometimes other Palestinian terrorist organizations on the stage in these posters that they're making the hostages stand in front of, and in some cases give speeches. I mean, it's really a really twisted scene. We can see that it appears as if Hamas is preparing imminently, I mean literally any second now, to receive some of the hostages, to have the transfer. Unclear exactly what will happen, if they're going to parade them across the stage again, as we have seen. I would assume yes, based on what we've seen so far, but we will find out very imminently. I want to turn to Shosh at Hostage Square to hear a little bit about the vibe on the ground there, you know, the anticipation from Israelis. What are we seeing on the ground in Hostage Square?
Yeah, so I've covered every single hostage release so far with ILTV, and I'll tell you, these moments leading up to this release is one that you're just kind of quiet, and you're waiting for the moment where you finally see these faces that we haven't seen in more than a year. Not only that, we're expecting to see Aver Mengistu for the first time alive in more than 10 years. Can you imagine the shock his family and the feelings that they must be experiencing right now? It's usually quiet in Hostage Square. You could probably just hear any noise take place because all people want to do, their eyes are glued to the screen, the live stream that takes place here in Hostage Square. And once you can see their faces revealed, it's like this big moment. And I'm assuming we're going to be seeing that as well. You've been here for these moments too.
For sure, and I also think it's worth noting it's a Saturday morning, it's Shabbat here. It's the day of rest, it's the morning, it's raining today, it's cold, and it's still packed. And it will become more and more busy throughout the morning, as we've seen in previous weeks. And it's a testament to the Israeli people and their resilience. We show up for each other. The hostages' families aren't the only people suffering and demanding the return of the hostages. The whole country is. And you can see that here right now. As Shosh said, once we see the faces of the hostages live on screen, you'll see more celebration in the square, and that's something that I'm sure we'll throw back to you for. But it's unbelievable to see, and it's a good, despite the heartbreak we've had over the past couple of days, the energy is still good, people are still hopeful, and as Shosh said, glued to the screen, so very much on the edge of our seat.
Definitely. And what you can see on the live stream right now is that stage in Rafah where this first handover of Tal Sham and Aver Mengistu are expected to be released from. There's going to be another handover location later after this release. We have always talked about the meticulous details that Hamas throws into these handover releases. It's unclear at this time what these two hostages will be forced to do on stage, what they will be wearing. Remember, in recent and past releases, we've seen male hostages come out in some type of military uniform and other things on their T-shirts with their photos on it before they were in captivity. And we're also going to be looking out for their conditions, right? We've seen Eli Sharabi, Or Levi, Ohad Ben Ami come out completely emaciated just a few weeks ago. And now the public here in Israel really takes note to the physical conditions and stability of these hostages will be coming out and appearing on stage. And these are the things that we look out for when we analyze and watch these hostage releases.
I also want to circle back to, what you asked about being here at Hostage Square. I think it's something really worth pointing out that the contrast of what you see here compared to what we are seeing on the live stream of where in Gaza, where the hostages are being released, that contrast speaks for itself. We are here now. There is not one piece of anti-Palestinian, anti-Hamas propaganda, nothing like that. People are here wearing their yellow ribbons with Israeli flags, watching the screen, waiting to see the hostages come home, listening to music of hope and resilience, and I think that speaks for itself and is a true reflection of who we're dealing with and also who we are.
And remember, Israelis and Jews around the world, one of the foundations is celebrating life. And despite the backdrop of the last 48 hours and the horrific, grotesque things that the public has seen when it comes to the Bibas family, they're hoping that they will be able to see 6 lives walk out of Gaza today, hopefully on their own 2 feet. Of course, unclear what their conditions are. We know some of these men have been shackled for nearly their entire Hamas captivity in tunnels without seeing any sunlight, without having any proper food. Remember, these are people that likely have wounds from October 7th. And we know that Elia Coleman definitely has a gunshot to his leg. And also remember that these hostages that you will see on your screen, not only did they survive October 7th and the PTSD that comes from that day, but surviving 16 months of Hamas captivity after the fact. It's the trauma that most people will never understand, and the last form of humiliation Hamas can get out of them, they will do on this stage. So we will definitely make sure to look out for all those key details, Emily.
All right, thank you. We have received an update that apparently, according to sources on the ground in Gaza, at least one of the hostages will be asked to speak. Again, similar to last week, I can only assume we will not be airing what that actually is, but of course we will keep you updated on what it is exactly that Hamas has asked this hostage. We do not yet know which hostage, what they have asked him to say. Unfortunately, from past experiences, it hasn't been very positive. We saw Eli Sharabi be asked to speak about who he was most looking forward to see after his release, and he was specifically told to mention his wife and children by Hamas. Hamas, of course, already knowing that they had murdered his wife and children. So this is, again, we see an example of the psychological torture, not just, of course, of the hostages in a disgusting, really cynical way, but of of the Israeli public as well, which is a major objective for this terrorist organization that, quite frankly, has suffered a pretty convincing military defeat when it comes to, being on the ground in Gaza. But with that desperation of being so defeated in so many ways, I mean, even in Nuseirat now you can see the scenes of destruction. And despite that, they're trying to project a very different image. And this, of course, despite the fact we've seen many of the Arab states sort of turn in recent weeks and say, perhaps maybe Hamas shouldn't be involved in any capacity in the future, which is what should happen for Palestinians or for, any future hope of negotiations or even a calm between the people of Gaza and the people of Israel. Danny, what is your take on the international response to what we're seeing?
I think what is going on now, and recently what President Trump has come up with his program, kind of changes the paradigm according to which the region is being as international community sees the region, because we ever since in a few last decades we are living up to the Palestinian narrative, which says that Israel is a colonialist state that took the land out of their hands, and the only solution for them is to go back to live in the state of Israel. But the fact is, we didn't understand till now is they don't live to live side by side according to a two-state solution, but they want to live instead of the state of Israel, to have their own state. So this is thinking, people are now coming up to realize once they see the way the Hamas is acting. And I think this week I heard Chaim Yalin, who is the former Eshkol council, that mentioned, and he's coming from Be'eri, and he suffered the atrocities of October 7. And the Be'eri is a kibbutz of peace activists. And he said that we cannot live side by side with them, and we need to have a security parameter which goes all the way from Be'eri to the sea. And I think this is something that people now realize, and I'm talking both on the international community and people who are peace activists.
Vivian, what's your take on the international community's response? I mean, we've seen in all of these theatrics, we've seen them release the hostages with goodie bags, with mementos of their time in Gaza, really twisted behavior, and of course all the propaganda videos that have come out from every single hostage release. And what is the international community doing?
Not much. There's a lot of talk. I think the international community is a big thing, and it's a little complicated. America's been doing an awful lot, and in stepping out the way that they have, as Danny says, and sort of blowing up the paradigm. We've always looked at this, or the West has wanted to look at the Middle East and the Israel-Palestine conflict as a kind of two-state issue, and President Trump is the first leader, and he's the leader of America, and he's come out and said, "Now that's just like that's a load of crap." And we're not even going to pretend that anymore. And that's sort of freed up other countries to to acknowledge that. I mean, two-state has been dead for an awfully long time. But now people are saying it publicly. But in terms of the international community and their kind of response to this sickness, this sick, twisted spectacle that we've been subjected to every week, it's been appalling. There's still the equivalence. There's still, like, on the one hand, on the other hand, well, but, this whole settler colonial thing has not dissipated. And, I look at these shows, these horrid things every week, and it's very reminiscent of ISIS and the Taliban and stonings, getting people into these former soccer stadiums and having them watch people's hands cut off for theft or whatever. This is what Hamas is. Hamas is ISIS. They are the Taliban. They are Al-Qaeda. And for some reason, the West resists accepting that only when it comes to us.
Yeah, I mean, there really is a lot of hypocrisy going around the table when it comes to these terrorist organizations. And I do want to note specifically that even these scenes, according to international law, according to the Red Cross's own website, are a violation in and of themselves of international law. You are not permitted to parade prisoners of war or hostages in any circumstances across a stage like this. Of course, this is something we saw on October 7th itself. We saw hostages, including the bodies of hostages, being dragged through the streets of Gaza before thousands of cheering Palestinians. In some cases, they were also joining in on beating these hostages on the ground. Of course, there was a now very viral video of Yarden Bibas, the father of the Bibas children, the husband of Shiri Bibas, whose body was just returned to Israel. There was shocking footage of him being kidnapped by seemingly civilians, dressed in civilian clothes, brought into Gaza, at some point transferred into Hamas hands, as we know, and being physically beaten while being dragged on a motorcycle. And these scenes were very similar for many hostages on the ground, the experiences that they had, both in terms of being kidnapped and in terms of their release. We know from hostages who have been released now that they did experience that even upon their exit, with thousands of Palestinians banging on the vehicles, including the Red Cross vehicles. We saw on Thursday groups of children chasing after the Red Cross vehicles, shouting, and of course, after the procession took place on the stage with the coffins, we also saw several viral videos from Gaza, from the Gaza Strip, of children on that very stage cheering for Hamas, chanting about how much they celebrate. I'm not sure if we have that footage. We'll try to give you a look at it later of the scenes on Thursday. But as you can see now on the one side of the screen, we do have the scenes in Nuseirat. On the other side of the screen, we have scenes from Rafah, with Hamas still waiting alongside the Red Cross for the initial transfer of the Israeli hostages set to be released today. We did get some information about some of the terrorists who will be released today. As I mentioned, several hundred Palestinian convicted terrorists are being released today. We have a few of them that are notable. I just wanted to point out Omar al-Zaban, who is a senior leader in Hamas's military wing, who has served, not served, but is serving 27 life sentences and 25 years in prison. He was accused of killing 27 Israelis, or was involved in terror attacks that resulted in the death of 27 Israelis. We also have Abdel Nasser Isa, who replaced senior Hamas leader Yahya Ayash. He leads the Hamas activity in the northern West Bank. And we will speak about this, I think, a bit later in the broadcast. But it has been a really difficult week in Israel beyond just the hostage situation. We saw an attempted terror attack of bus bombings, a series of coordinated bus bombings in the central Israel area. And that was initially claimed by some members of Hamas in the West Bank before they denied it this morning. There's been some back and forth about that, but no question Israel's facing a really difficult time when it comes to terrorism and ongoing terrorist attacks. We also have Nael Barghouti, who has spent already 45 years in Israeli prison. This is the longest period served by a Palestinian prisoner, and he is of the famous Barghouti family. Marwan Barghouti, of course, one of the most known convicted Palestinian murderers, who is in prison. We also saw during this hostage deal the release of Ahmed Barghouti, another convicted murderer who was released just a bit ago in exchange for the release of hostages. Similar situation, obviously a very influential Palestinian family, unfortunately, in the field of terrorism. So he will be released today as well. And according to initial reports, there are 108 of those prisoners who are set to be deported from Israel. Now, what does that actually mean? Some of them are being sent to Egypt. Some of them are being sent to Gaza. Some of them to other locations. The point is that they will not remain either in the West Bank or in East Jerusalem, as in the case of some of these terrorists where they are originally from. So this will be the first, the first time, or I'm sorry, not the first time that we see the release of convicted murderers with multiple life sentences under their belts already. I mean, Danny, I want to ask you, is there any other way? I mean, is there any way we can move forward in these releases and in some kind of peace deal, a hostage deal, a ceasefire deal, without the release of these convicted murderers? I mean, I know you have some friends, family who have been personally affected. It's hard to find an Israeli who hasn't been personally affected by this.
I think each one of us knows someone who's been hit by terror. And in my case, my mother-in-law was murdered in Tel Aviv in a suicide bombing in 2004. And if I'm correct, the guy that organized the murder is going to be released today. So this is what we are paying. This is the price we are paying for getting back the hostages, and we should do anything within our powers to get them back. But I think we are paying now the price of not being strong enough at the beginning of the war, and the inner pressure of releasing the hostages, which we all can understand, is a part of the weakness of the Israeli society. We are not willing to pay any price, and we are rightfully praising life.
I'm sorry, I just want to point your attention to what's happening now on the ground. We do see some movement. Most likely, we're waiting for confirmation, but probably we will see the transfer of the initial hostages into Red Cross hands, we anticipate. We do know that the first ones to be released will be Avera Mengistu, the Ethiopian Israeli who has been held for over 10 years now by Hamas terrorists in the Gaza Strip. And we will also see the release of Tal Shoam, who was kidnapped from his home in Kibbutz Be'eri. Unclear now exactly. We don't have a good shot of what's happening on the ground there, but there does seem to be some movement. As I pointed out earlier, you can see large groups of children running around the scenes now. Early morning in Gaza, and despite that, we do see a large turnout, as we have for all of these shows on the ground in Gaza. People come to spectate and to watch the release of the Israeli hostages. Vivian, what do you make of what we're seeing so far on the ground, especially in terms of the children that we're seeing? We've seen in every single release so far.
Yeah, they're like out for, an exciting morning in the Gaza Strip to see the enemy, Israeli civilians, being tormented, humiliated, paraded. And I guess they draw some kind of sustenance or succor or power from being in this kind of situation. I think it's appalling. It's appalling to see civilians, but to see children, it's just so sick. And it tells you everything you need to know about the society.
We see the first of the vehicles arriving now. Before large crowds of Hamas terrorists. You can see there, I'm not sure if you can see from the shot we have now, but the terrorists who are lining the front row there are all armed with RPGs, standing there before the crowds of onlookers. Second vehicle now arriving. And you can hear, I believe you can hear the crowd cheering already as the Hamas terrorists arrive. With what is believed to be the first two of the hostages. We will know probably in the next few minutes who exactly is in those vehicles. You can see as well, in addition to the hundreds of Palestinians who are on the ground there, Vivian, you mentioned a Saturday morning activity. It's also important to note it's freezing in Israel right now. It's very, very cold. It's a rainy day. You saw earlier our reporters on the ground, Shosh and Ariella, standing under an umbrella. So these are not ideal conditions. And despite that, we still see hundreds of people dragging out their families. Even the scenes you can see now of the vehicles, you see armed Hamas terrorists at every door of the vehicle. Again, you mentioned Hamas is ISIS. Nothing can remind us more of the similarities between these two terrorist organizations than what we're seeing now.
It's amazing. You see the people up on the roof as well.
In every hostage release, we have seen large crowds piled on top of buildings. In some cases, buildings that are, only half standing still. We'll try to give you a better look at the hostages as these doors open. Danny.
But you do see the shiny SUVs.
Yes.
And you have to mention that they were bought by the money paid by foreign organizations. This is where the money was going to create tunnels, buying weapons, and shiny vehicles to the terrorists of Hamas.
All right. Now, I just want to give you guys some updates, some more information about Avera Mengistu. I know, Shosh, you have a bit more information about the family and his current circumstances. What do we know about Avera Mengistu, who really any second is hopefully about to be released? I'm not sure if we have Shosh there.
Hi, Emily. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes. So you mentioned Avera Mengistu from the Ashkelon area, from an Ethiopian family, said to have some sort of mental illness. This is what his family has been saying for years. Walked into Gaza on his own accord about more than a decade ago at this point. We did receive a sign of life from him earlier in 2023. So I cannot imagine what his family is going through right now. Imagine more than 10 years. Your child, your brother, your son has been in the hands of Hamas captivity. It's really something that most people will never imagine in their entire lives. And the fact that he is said to be able to walk out on this stage today is a sight that all of us are really waiting to see. Remember, there's 2 hostages that will be released today that have been in Hamas captivity for more than a decade. So to watch them, these families have saying it's like watching their loved ones coming back from the dead, right? And these rebirth moments. So this is going to be a really big revelation once these car doors open. As you can see right now on your screen, Hamas terrorists, senior commanders preparing for this handover. What will happen next, and what we've seen in the past 6 or 7 handovers at this point, is Hamas terrorists will now go over to the white vehicles where these hostages are in. They will take them out, as you can see on your screen right now, a Red Cross employee standing right next to that vehicle. She will actually go up on stage right now and sign documents that are not required as part of this ceasefire deal. And they have been complicit in terms of the organization of this.
Hostage.
Go ahead, Emily.
We see the doors opening now of the vehicle. We should see who the first hostage is that will be released in the next few seconds. You can already hear the crowd on the ground in Gaza cheering and making a lot of noise, as it seems every single Hamas member is not only armed with a weapon, but also a camera or smartphone of some kind, a major propaganda operation, as we mentioned a few times already in this broadcast. As Shosh mentioned, we will see the Red Cross. Most likely, we will see them go up on stage, sign documents. Again, not needed for this hostage release, yet they are doing that. We know that the Red Cross has also faced pressure from Hamas to engage in some of these operations. They were asked to do things they did not want to do in the last prisoner release. But yeah, now we see the Red Cross, I believe, either heading to the stage or heading back over to await the hostages. Most likely they will be, we see now Red Cross representatives going on stage to sign documents along with senior Hamas commanders, similar to what we have seen in the first set of hostage release events. And you can note on the stage the red triangles there. This is something that we have seen actually on the displays of almost all of these hostage releases. The red triangle is something Hamas has used in order to denote what their next target is in terms of terrorism. And what we saw last week, and also in what we're seeing today on the ground, is those red arrows pointing to is various Israeli communities, in some cases Israeli army bases. So this is really a message to the state of Israel intended to intimidate, again, a major propaganda effort. Here are a lot of cheers now coming from Gaza as the initial documents are being signed. Vivian, what do you make of what we see so far?
That's interesting. What they do when they go, the Red Cross officials go to the vans where the hostages are waiting to verify, of course, that they're actually in there. And what I noticed this morning is it took a little longer. Usually it's a very quick thing. They go over, they open the door, and they probably say, who are you? Okay. Then they're taken up to the stage to sign these so-called release documents, certificate of release, which is, as you say, a crock. But it took longer today. So that suggests that there may have been communication issues, difficulty establishing identity. I'm not sure, but I noticed that. And then the rest of, I'm braced for what's coming.
We also have to remember that in the case of Avera Mengistu, he was taken in by Hamas at age 27, and today he's being released at 37. Or I believe 38, I think it is. So obviously there's been a significant change in him. We see now the Hamas commanders, the documents are signed.
He looks got nice. He's peppy.
And the hostages should be out in just about any second. And here we see the door of the vehicle is being opened. I believe the first hostage will come out of this vehicle. So the first hostage is Tal Shoam. That is who we are expecting to see. And there he is in the red hoodie. We can hear jeers from the crowd. I hesitate to say cheers because it's certainly not something positive. It seems he's able somewhat to walk. Unclear if he's able to walk on his own based on the scenes that we're seeing now. Okay, he seems to be okay. Seems very weak. As we learned from the returned hostages, in many of the cases, these hostages have been chained in some cases for months at a time. We do see a lot of physical weakness here, I think, on the ground.
It looked like he was limping or something.
Yeah, it did seem that he had some degree of injury, and we see his family on the other side cheering. Obviously, a massive sense of relief despite the high pressure situation, despite seeing, the evidence of some kind of physical injury. In a moment, I believe we will also see Avera Mengistu come out of the vehicle. And now Tal Shoam being paraded across the stage. Unclear if the hostages who will be asked to speak by Hamas, if that will be Tal Shoam in this release or at the second location where the remaining hostages will be released. But again, for those of our viewers just tuning in, we see now in the red hoodie, the red sweatshirt, we see Tal Shoam, who has left the vehicle of Hamas, will soon be transferred into Red Cross hands, now on the stage in Gaza at the hostage release.
Oh.
And we see now him being handed, and here we have Avera Mengistu on stage. Both of them have been given some sort of certificates of their release, guarded, I suppose, on every side by armed Hamas terrorists, armed, masked Hamas terrorists. I believe they will be asked to speak. Now, in most of the cases of these releases, the hostages have been told specifically to speak about how they were treated very well, and they enjoyed their time in some cases in Hamas captivity. Obvious nonsense. I'm not sure if we'll be able to hear what he's saying, but nonetheless, obviously, scenes of elation from the family on the ground here. We will not be airing exactly what he is saying, despite the fact we have distorted sound anyway. I'm not sure we'd be able to hear it. But again, for those of our viewers tuning in, Tal Shoam on the stage now together with Israeli-Ethiopian Avera Mengistu. Tal Shoam now handing the microphone back. Unclear if Avera will be speaking as well. No, not this time. All right. So we now see Tal being escorted off the stage. Again, there is definitely some sort of physical weakness, at the very least, that we see from Tal Shoam. Other than that, he does seem to be alive. Nothing major. I'm sure he will be transferred after he goes into the Red Cross vehicle. He will be transferred into ultimately IDF hands. He will be returned to Re'im military base in southern Israel, where he will undergo initial medical checks. And now we see Avera Mengistu also struggling, it seems, to some extent to get off the stage. Avera has been held for 10 years, as mentioned. He has been featured in a few of Hamas's propaganda videos over the years, but other than that, we really have not received information about his status, his well-being. And again, this is someone who requires medication. He has a lot of health concerns, mental health concerns as well, according to the family, and they have not been able to give him the necessary medical treatment for those procedures. Luckily, we do see that both of the hostages have been transferred into Red Cross hands for now. We will see those vehicles moving. Now, in a few of these hostage release incidents, we've seen the Red Cross vehicles almost unable to get out due to the crowds, the rambunctious cautious, we'll say, to put it generously, crowds of Palestinians. It seems that there is a little bit more crowd control on the ground today. We already see one of the Red Cross vehicles moving, and then we see now the scenes in Hostage Square. Shosh, you're on the ground. What is the vibe at Hostage Square? How do we see people reacting to the first scenes of Avera Mengistu and Tal Shoam in quite some time?
Wow, to imagine someone not seeing daylight and someone being trapped in Gaza for 10 years. I don't really have the words for it. I think to see him on screen, I think so many people are shocked. Remember, it's like this coming back from the dead moment. It's just the analogy people are using. They're emotional, but I think people are they're just really quiet here right now in Hostage Square. I've said this in the past. People just want to observe. They cheer when they finally see them coming out of these Hamas vehicles, but they really just want to look and see their conditions. Emily, you mentioned Tal Shoam seemed to have a limp to his walk, and so people are analyzing these things, but to see them alive, my goodness, after 10 years, to see a show being put on in Gaza, the reality the public has to deal with in Israel, it really feels like a moment of the Hunger Games. It is something that you should never compare, but it's the only words I really have for something like this.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, as you said, there are no words. It's unbelievable to see after 10 years him come out, and also Tal Shoam. There was a massive sigh of relief. Everyone started clapping when we saw the two hostages, and that will continue as we see the next four. I mean, Tal Shoam speaking on stage, we expected one of them to speak another form of propaganda, having him wave, but put that to the side. He is standing, both of them are standing on 2 feet, one after more than 16 months and the other after more than 10 years. So the energy here right now is good. The sun just started shining as well. The rain literally stopped and the sun started shining as the two came out.
We've seen Mother Nature act in strange ways when news has seemed to happen when it comes to the hostages. Really, I want to go back to just the fact that this is the reality Israelis are forced to live with. Their families are forced to live with having to see their loved ones on a live stream, on an Al Jazeera live stream of a ceremony, a makeshift stage in Gaza after months of a war, after months of them being kidnapped and taken. This is the first time they are being seen. It feels like a universe that is unknown. Truly, for this to be the reality, sometimes you just have to reflect, and it's hard to understand. And I really think a lot of people in Hostage Square, when they come here, they want to see what these hostages look like for the very first time once they leave captivity and pay their respects and support. But I think this goes through people's mind is where has society gone to the point where they have to come here to watch a live stream of their loved ones being released from captivity. It's so complicated, it's so complex, and the sun is
beaming.
The sun's out now, which is incredible. Emily?
Shosh and Ariella, I wanted to ask you, Tal Shoam, now his entire family almost was kidnapped on October 7th. Multiple family members were released in November 2023. What do we know about the Shoam family?
Yeah, so Tal Shoam was visiting Kibbutz Be'eri with his wife and his 2 young children. They were hiding in one of the rooms in the safe room of their family's home. Remember, it was Simchat Torah that day, the most joyous holiday for Jews. A big celebration happens at that time. 8 of his family members were taken, but he was apparently separated in Hamas captivity once they arrived in Gaza. So it's unclear if he really even knows the fate of his own family. Remember, we've seen this before, hostages coming out and not even knowing who survived and who was murdered on that day. Later today, we're expecting Elia Cohen to be released. He was kidnapped from Nova. He was there with his fiancée, his girlfriend Ziv. Apparently, from released hostages that have come out, Elia does not know that his girlfriend Ziv survived Nova, October October 7th that day. So thinking about those reunions and what's ahead for someone like Tal Shoam, who you see being released right now, he will be reunited with his wife and his 2 children that survived Hamas captivity and his other family members as well. So these reunifications that we've seen, my goodness, these are the moments that the Israeli public really, really waits for.
Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you, Shosh, for that update. We'll continue to turn to you for the scene on the ground in Hostage Square. Now you are seeing the second scene in Nuseirat in Gaza. This is the second stage where the remaining hostages set to be released today will be unfortunately paraded across before ultimately being transferred into Red Cross hands, before being transferred to the IDF. We have received confirmation from the Red Cross that they have safely, obtained, Tal Shoam and Avera Mengistu, as we showed earlier. They are in the process, as I speak now, of being transferred to IDF hands, and will continue to keep you updated from the latest from those 2 hostages. In the meantime, we have the scenes on the ground here in Nuseirat. You can see that next to the stage, as I mentioned earlier, where it specifically mentioned dual nationals, we see there are photos, martyr photos of Palestinian terrorists that have been killed by the IDF throughout this operation, in some cases, I believe, before as well. Obviously, a statement of support for these terrorist organizations on the ground, meant to send a symbol of strength that Hamas is still standing. And you can see here in Nuseirat, the situation is a little bit better. You see some more buildings that seem to be, at least from a distance, untouched. Despite that, Gaza has really suffered a huge blow, literally, for many of these buildings. A lot of scenes of destruction, but we see that Hamas is trying its best to project strength. What can you tell us about the positioning of these hostage releases, what they're trying to project on the ground?
They wanted to project that they are in control, that they are still running the show. And, I'm looking at the split screen over there. And from one side, on the other one side, you can see the Shoam family, and you can see the hostage square. And on the other side, you see the show that the Hamas is putting on over there, and the population and everything that's going on over there. And I think that you cannot get a more vivid example of the difference between light and darkness.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a stark contrast you see there. Tal Shoam on the screen, and then we see the family, the Shoam family, on the other side. And this is, of course, reminiscent of all the scenes we've seen of the families who are just so relieved. I don't even know if elated is the right word, but relieved to see their loved one after so many months in captivity. I mean, these families are true heroes. They have really, really gone above and beyond. I mean, just relentless optimism in the face of every reason to be negative. And I know in the case of all of us, we've had different, friendships and relationships, interactions with these hostage families who really have inspired the nation. I mean, throughout this terrible, terrible time, the 16 months. Vivian, what is your response to what we've just seen with, Tal and Avera on the ground, and of course the response of the Shoam family?
So the Shoam family, I mean, as you said, they looked, there was a combination of elation and also
Relief.
Well, relief, and there was also tremendous sadness and anxiety that, particularly some of the people sitting on the right side of the screen that we were looking at. I mean, he's not himself. I'm sure they know and they can see and decipher much more carefully and accurately than we can. But just relief that he's alive. We are not seeing any screenshots of the Mengistu family, who I assume want privacy for whatever reasons they choose that. I also noticed, though, of Avera Mengistu, and I'm totally speculating here, but when the Red Cross official went over to the car and I said, I think it took a little longer, my sense is probably they had difficulty communicating with him and getting him to confirm his identity. Notice that the hood was pulled over his head. His head was down the whole time. This is a man in some really terrible distress. But to your point, the hostage families and their supporters and all of, Am Yisrael, the people of Israel, have been extraordinary we don't have a choice, but in pushing through and trying to maintain faith, optimism, and then when they're out, to keep the strength.
I think one of the things that I noticed about this and also the previous hostage releases is that at every second, there's a camera in these hostages' face, at every single second, from almost every direction. And I think this is one of the things that was so disturbing about the release of Arb al-Yahud, which was organized or coordinated by Islamic Jihad, not Hamas, and the mobs of people surrounding her. I mean, it was like she was the only woman in a giant mass of thousands of armed, masked terrorist men.
Tiny.
And yeah, a very, very small, petite young woman. I mean, just shocking scenes. I mean, it's really, really egregious what's happening, and the fact that it's really just been allowed to continue, despite the fact, as I mentioned earlier on our broadcast for our viewers, that this is a violation in and of itself of international law, of the rights of these hostages, which really isn't something I would argue that should be related to the war at all. I mean, we're talking about civilians who have been kidnapped from their homes, not about a specific military strategy. It only comes in to the military equation when you're talking about dealing with a terrorist organization.
When it comes to Hamas, nothing should surprise us. We're talking about people who kidnap civilians from their homes, who raped women, who tortured elderly population, who beheaded people. So this is the guys we're talking about. So nothing should surprise us when we see what we should understand is that it's not a standalone issue. You see the population over there that praises the murderers, that take part of the whatever happened on October 7th and ever since. So we need to realize who are we dealing with, and this is not just Hamas.
Now, I wanted to ask both of you, this is supposed to be the last hostage release of phase 1 of the hostage for ceasefire deal. What do you anticipate happening in the next steps? I mean, we've heard some reports that negotiations are starting, but then they are going to release 6 hostages instead of the initial, I believe it was 3 or 4 that were set to be released today. What do you expect to happen in the next few weeks?
I expect in the next few days there to be extraordinary pressure placed by the Trump administration on the key players in the region with respect to the hostages and those who remain alive and dead in Hamas captivity. I think it's going to either happen very quickly or it's not going to happen. But we're not going to have this drawn out agony that we've had for the last, 16, 17 months. I mean, the Trump administration is not a patient administration, and they seem to have an ability to extract concessions that they want.
I believe we see now some of the footage of the family of Avera Mengistu. I just want to note that this family has really been lobbying, has been fighting hard throughout this time, prior to October 7th as well. They have really, really kept Avera on the hearts of the Israeli society. And so, of course, I'm immensely happy to see the return of Avera Mengistu, a horrible injustice. And again, this is someone who, before October 7th, was taken by Hamas, held as a hostage. He was not given the proper treatment. I know at one point the family did try to ensure that medication could be sent to Avera Mengistu, who has struggled for many years with mental illness, and they were not able to be successful in that. We will receive updates probably later about his condition and how he was treated in Gaza, and hopefully they will be able to give him the necessary support. We see there big smiles from some of the family members. Probably a huge relief to see Avera Mengistu being returned home after so much time, more than 3,800 days in captivity. Really unbelievable. I'm not sure if we have the audio from that, but we'll try to give you more updates on that later. Danny, I want to turn to you. In terms of what we're seeing on the ground in Gaza, what do you expect from the next stage, if there is a phase 2? Is it possible even?
It is possible, but we need to realize that the end game of Israel and Hamas, or Israel and the US and Hamas, is different. So since Israel is one of the goals of the war was to destroy Hamas and not and end this war while they are not in power, Hamas's end game is the opposite. So it either goes to as Vivian mentioned, to an immense pressure by the US administration to end this deal within a week or so, or we should go back to war. I can't see any other alternative. It's not going to go back to they have Hamas dragging us for weeks of agony and on this psychological warfare. It should either go to end this current days, or I think the only alternative would be for Israel to change the game and to make Hamas realize that if they're not giving back the hostages, we're going to go back to full-scale war.
You know, one of the things that we saw this week that was perhaps a bit unusual, I don't know if it's a byproduct of the approach of the Trump administration, but we have seen more and more leaders in Europe and the United States saying there is no situation in which Hamas should be allowed to remain in power. And this is something that until the Trump administration and Trump's sort of radical proposal, we didn't really see this sort of attitude. And, you know, much has been said about Trump's proposal in terms of, you know, moving Palestinians from the Gaza Strip, which he clarified last night would not be something forced. But regardless of what you make, I just want to give an update. I just did receive an update right now that Tal Shoam and Avera Mengistu have been transferred into IDF hands. So we welcome them back to Israel. Of course, a huge sigh of relief for all of those families and for the entire state of Israel. We are seeing now scenes from Nuseirat. We're awaiting the arrival of the remaining hostages set to be released today. Omer Shem Tov, we have Elia Cohen and Omer Venkot, who were all kidnapped from the Nova Festival. And we also have the fourth hostage who is supposed to be released today, Hisham al-Sayad, an Israeli from the Arab community who also has been held for almost 10 years in Hamas captivity. So we will continue to keep you updated on that. Shosh, I want to turn to you. Is there a sense of tension? Is there a sense of pressure on the ground in Hostage Square as we anticipate the return of the remaining four hostages? And what do we know? Shosh, Ariella, what can you tell us about those hostages?
Yeah, first off, it's really quiet here in Hostage Square right now. Really just like a very calm, mellow presence you can feel right now after these two male hostages were released. You know, there was some cheering, but like I mentioned before, at moments like this, it just feels really calm. People wanting to take in just the live stream, seeing these men, seeing their faces for the first time. In this case, more than 10 years and more than a year for Tal Shoam. We are expecting another handover location to take place somewhere else in Gaza, as you mentioned, Emily. The rest of the four hostages will be turned over there, handed over there. Let's talk about Omer Shem Tov. He's one of the hostages set to be released next. What can you tell us about him?
Right, so Omer was taken from the Nova Festival with his two friends, Maya and Itai Regev, who were both released in November 2023. And Omer is from Herzliya. Now he is celiac and also asthmatic, so there have been grave concerns for his health over the past 16 months in captivity. We know the conditions are dire. They are underground in tunnels, most likely damp, not good airflow through there, so asthmatics would suffer deeply there. And alongside that, we know that most of the hostages have been surviving off barely one piece of pita bread a day, which also for a celiac would be debilitating, really. Yeah. So we're very concerned to see the condition he'll be in when he comes out. We've seen from the other hostages, or Levi, Eli Sharabi specifically, how unwell, how malnourished they looked when they were released. So it's definitely everyone's holding their breath before we see the release of the hostages. And specifically now in this phase of the deal, all the hostages have health conditions, health concerns, specifically Omer Shem Tov. So him coming out now is definitely a worry, but we'll look forward to seeing him hopefully standing on 2 feet and then being taken to medical care in Israel.
Yeah, we have the next hostage, Omer, another hostage with the name Omer Wenkert. He is also someone that struggles with some type of condition. He has colitis. His mother said a few weeks ago that he struggles with episodes, dramatic episodes of flare-ups with his colitis. He was taken from Nova as well. His last words over text to his family members were, "I'm scared for my life." So imagine that being the last text. There haven't really been any public signs of life released of Omer. When he he was kidnapped. There was an image that was taken and sent to his family. He was stripped down onto his underwear with his hands tied behind his back with no shirt on. And he had this terrible fear in his eyes that you could see in the back of a pickup truck. We also are expecting Elia Cohen to be released as well. We know that there's been a recent sign of life from him, which is great news. From some of the released hostages, he was at the Nova Music Festival with his girlfriend Ziv and her family as well. Ziv survived.
Ziv survived and has been very outspoken. She's been very much spearheading the campaign to bring Elia home. Now, something we do know, however, is that Elia, along with many other hostages, doesn't know the fate of their loved ones. So alongside the physical condition that we're expecting now, it's also the psychological. 16 months of, we can imagine, torture, being malnourished, but also not knowing the fate of their loved ones, if they are also hostage, if they survived. They do not know what has been going on here for the past 16 months. So just as important as physical checks will be the psychological checks as well, and they will have to receive continuous emotional support as they come out.
Definitely. And another hostage that is also set to be released in the next handover in Gaza is Hisham al-Said. He is a Bedouin man who also walked into Gaza on his own accord. I believe it was back in 2015 or 2014. So he has also been in Gaza in the hands of Hamas for more than 10 years. He also is said to suffer from mental illness, according to his family. Like we said, he walked in from the north of the border of Gaza. I believe, in 2022, they actually released a video of him with an oxygen tank hooked up to his face. You can see him in a hospital bed. It's really a horrible video that they did release. So that was the last time his family saw him any sign of life, back in 2022. So, these are really emotional moments for these families as we're waiting for the next release to take place. Can you imagine what these families are going through, just waiting for that moment where they see their son's face for the first time alive since they were taken? It is moments we will never truly understand because we're not in their shoes, but you can at least just try to imagine what these people are dealing with.
Right. And you can absolutely feel it here. I mean, since we started this broadcast, the number of people here, I think, has tripled at least. People are gathering, people are watching, waiting to see the hostages on screen. People have come with their children. Again, contrast to what we've seen in Gaza, children being brought to watch coffins handed over in the last couple of days, and malnourished, innocent hostages being handed over. And here, children have come with their families to see our people brought home finally after over 16 months.
Yeah, and we mentioned before just the reality of people coming here on Shabbat morning, the holiest day of the week for Jews and Israelis, the Sabbath, having to watch a Hamas propaganda live stream nearly every Saturday for the last 7 weeks. It feels as really we're in an alternate universe at times, and it feels it's confusing, and I mentioned how complex it is. Remember, this day of 6 lives coming out is sitting on the backdrop of the last 48 hours of true anger and emotion from the Israeli public over the fate of the Bibas family, the 2 children, Kafir and Ariel, and Shiri's, whose body was actually released just hours before this first handover took place. Her body was confirmed to be her after Hamas decided to spontaneously hand it over in the late hours last night, and her body was identified this morning. So I think we're also seeing a lot of people wanting to come out extra to support and just be together for good moments.
Well, we also now need something to lift us up. As you said, after the past 48 hours, this is what we need now, to come together, to be united, and to see life coming out of Gaza.
Ariella, I wanted to ask you, I know that you have covered a lot of the medical conditions, the setup that the State of Israel has put together for these returning hostages and multiple hostage releases. What are we expecting to see today? What is the type of process that these hostages are going through upon their return?
Right, so all hostages, once they have been transferred back into Israel, will go to a military base near Aim, where they'll undergo their initial medical checks and reunite with parents. And then from there, they will be taken by helicopter to various hospitals. And from there, they'll undergo thorough physical exams, mental evaluations, blood tests, scans for injury, and be given any medical treatment they need. We can imagine that for the past 16 months and decade, these hostages have not received any of the treatment they have required. And we also know that many of them, as we said before, suffer illness condition, also suffered wounds on October 7th, and we can only imagine since. So they will be in hospital receiving all the care they need. But it's also a really important time for them to receive privacy and time to be surrounded with their loved ones. As I said before, physical checks is crucial, but as is emotional and psychological. And so this is really a time to not only receive the physical treatment they need, but also the emotional support from doctors, psychologists, and their loved ones.
All right. Well, thank you for that update from Hostage Square. Ariella and Shosh, I'm sure we'll be back with you shortly as we await the return of 4 more Israeli hostages. In the meantime, I did want to cut to a discussion about what we've seen this week in terms of terrorism on the ground. I mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast that we saw the Thursday night, the night that we received the 4 coffins from Gaza, we saw that there was some sort of coordinated terror attack, a potentially major terror attack that was somewhat thwarted, perhaps on accident. We're not sure. There were at least 4 confirmed explosive devices that were identified on buses in a inside of central Israel, Tel Aviv, Bat Yam, Holon areas, and it's believed that these were planted in coordination, that were supposed to go off at 9 in the morning in the rush hour when all those buses would be packed. Perhaps by mistake, at least one of them or 2 of them went off at night at 9 p.m. instead of 9 a.m. What do we know about the situation on the ground in terms of terrorism? We know that there's been a number of threats, many thwarted attacks from the West Bank. What's happening with this?
Sure, and the West Bank is supposed to be the next major front, because we do realize that a lot of terrorists that are being released now in this hostage deal are being released to Judea and Samaria. And Hamas there is, we realize Hamas over there is in, the population there is very supportive of Hamas. And we have terror organizations that are being organized in Tulkarem, in Jenin, in most of Samaria, mainly in Samaria, in the north of Samaria. And unless we do something significant, which is not just more of the same, but we need to put up a really military operation similar to what we had in 2002, which is called Chomat Magen, the defense shield. That was a major operation that took apart most of the terror organizations in Judea and Samaria. We should do the same now, because otherwise we are really expecting a new October 7th over there.
Vivian, what's your take on the current threat we're facing throughout the state of Israel from these terror threats in recent weeks, and in particular in recent days with this attempted attack, somewhat halfway thwarted, I guess, on Thursday?
I think it's really serious, and I agree with everything Danny says. We've known for a long time that the West Bank is boiling over. The releases of these murderers and terrorists, many of whom, as he said, are going to be in the West Bank, only exacerbates the situation. So I think we're in a real spot. There was one of the bombs that was planted on a bus that detonated on Thursday night. I was just reading earlier that there's a woman who said it was actually still in use. One of the buses, 2 of them were in a garage, one was actually being used. That would have been just a massive attack if it had happened. And there was also a bomb planted in a children's water park. I assume it was indoors. That was also found. So
you can see footage now we're sharing of at least one of those bus explosions in central Israel, which miraculously did not actually injure anyone due to the timing of, where the buses were at that time of day. That's why it's believed that it was a mistake. It was supposed to go off in the morning, really a miracle in these days. But nonetheless, extremely concerning, I think, for Israeli society that these kinds of events are still happening. I mean, it begs the question, is Israel really prepared after October 7th to deal with these threats? I mean, what is your take on Israel's preparedness?
There is a debate in Israel regarding the hostage deal, whether we should pay any price. Some people say you should release them at any price, and others are claiming that this is the price, what we are seeing now. Putting back hundreds of terrorists into the West Bank has its price. So this is the dilemma we are facing, and as I mentioned before, we cannot overlook problems. I think the major lesson that we have to learn from October 7th is the problems don't go away if we're overlooking them, and this is something we have to deal with, as I mentioned before, in a serious military operation on the West Bank. Otherwise, we will have to deal with such events on a daily basis.
Well, I mean, one of the things that we know so far about this attack is that there were several suspects already arrested. Several they have not yet, put under arrest. But of those suspects, several of them were actually Jewish Israelis, at least in one case that had driven one of the terrorists who planted the bombs. We've also seen an increasing trend of involvement from the Islamic regime in Iran and their activities in the West Bank, trying to utilize those terror groups on the ground, in particular Hamas in the West Bank, to carry out acts of terrorism. But we do know that the Islamic regime has been very, very active in these terror threats. What do we know in terms of the Israelis who have been caught up in some of these trends? I mean, we know that they've busted several terror cells. What's happening on this front?
You mean, when you say Israelis, you mean like
Israeli Jews have been arrested in several cases. I mean, Iran is really going above and beyond when it comes to targeting and making every effort to recruit people, whether because of financial constraints and in many cases of the Jewish Israelis or radical terrorist groups that we've seen throughout the West Bank and even in some cases within Israel.
Yeah, I'm not expert on this, but from what I've read and seen and heard, it seems that Iran has been very active in recruiting. They've targeted certain populations that probably are disgruntled for one reason or another. Seems to be an economic incentive usually, and the amount of money that these individuals receive to take photographs of various sites around Israel, to transport terrorists, whatever it is they do. It's a very small amount of money. I've been actually shocked when I've read about these reports, but look, they're good at it. They know where to go. They're doing it on social media, and they've succeeded.
We should realize that Iran haven't given up its ideology to destroy Israel, and they lost most of the power of their proxies in Lebanon and in Gaza. So there is no vacuum. Now the East Front is their major front. They're trying to smuggle to send weapons to the West Bank. They're trying to recruit Israelis. And we should remember that the Jordanian border is our most weak one in terms of defense. So this is the place we want to look to and to be very careful in what is going on from Jordan to the West Bank and in the West Bank.
Absolutely. Well, we do have Shosh Bedrosian in Hostage Square, who has a guest to tell us a little bit more about the situation we're about to see. Shosh, are you there? Shosh, Ariella?
Hi. Yes, we're actually here in Hostage Square right now. We have two people that have come to nearly every single hostage release over the last few weeks. This is Dana and this is Ella. They come as with friends together to support these families. Tell me what it was like for the two of you to see these hostages being released this morning.
And this morning, it was a relief. I feel it's a mix of emotions because after the last week, we can't really be happy. But it's still a relief to see them standing on their legs and coming back to Israel after such a long time, especially with Avera and Gisto being there for almost 11 years. It's really unbelievable.
What was it like for you guys to see him alive after 11 years? It was really an unbelievable sight.
It's a horrible story. It's like a person that this country has forgotten all about. It's the way I feel. It's like if it weren't for the 7th of October, God knows when he would come back to Israel. It's good to see that he's alive. He's walking on his 2 feet, and shame it had to take that long.
We are expecting another person, a Bedouin man who also has been in captivity for more than 10 years to be released in the next handover. Also, I just want to talk about the last 48 hours here in Israel. There's been this backdrop of the Bibas family and the pain so many Israelis feel after just first off the situation with Shiri's body and the way in which these 2 little innocent boys were killed, according to the forensic unit. What has that been like for you guys, just the experiencing and hearing all the news come out regarding that?
Mostly very, very, very sad. Really kidnapping babies and a grandfather, an 80-something years old man. I can't even start to imagine why. Why do you do that? I mean, it's not war. It's not soldiers. It's I really can't. I really can't understand. I mean, but it was really, really, really sad. I mean, that's for me the most. It was hard for me to watch the news. I didn't open the television. Decided just to try not to think about it all day.
How do Israelis get through moments like this with these 2 events pinned up against each other? How do Israelis get through it?
We have to use a lot of emotional defense mechanisms. You sometimes have to suppress all those emotions and go on with your lives. And whenever the thought comes into your mind, then it's devastating. I mean, we're always like that. It's a huge sinusoidal, how do you say that? Burst of emotions. Thinking about the Bibas families, looking at the memorial point that was here, it's like it's so it fills you up with sad emotions and horrifying thoughts, and it actually brings me back to October 7th all the time, remembering the horrifying moments where we realized what was going on. And unfortunately, it appeared that the rumors about the Bibas families were true, and they were all 3 of them were murdered brutally in captivity by a group of terrorists who are not human. And those are our neighbors down south. That's horrifying.
Both of you are holding posters today. I just want to show the camera what the posters are holding. This is Omer Shem Tov, who is supposed to be coming out very soon in the next handover release. And this is the poster of Omer Wenkers. Obviously, you guys are holding them today. Hopefully, you know, with excitement, something's in the air. How do you feel the atmosphere is in Hostage Square after everything that's happened? Do you feel as if there's excitement on the horizon with the next handover, with these 4 lives supposed to come out?
Yes, of course. We are waiting. We're looking forward to see them coming back. This is why we chose those signs. Actually, it was for us just to feel a little bit of hope and relief that they're going back to Israel and coming back to life. Hopefully, it's going to be a hard rehabilitation for them, but I hope in the future they will be able to have a normal life or some kind of normal living.
I feel it's like a roller coaster of emotions. One moment we're very happy and everybody's cheering, and then the moment after we remember all those who are still there and need to be released, and we have a lot of uncertainty about what's going to happen next, what's the next stage, what's going to happen with those young men who are still there.
And Emily, I believe you said today is the final day of this first phase of this deal, of the release. And so many people and families are advocating for phase 2 to go on and to take place, as there are still so many lives of men, of soldiers in Hamas captivity that need to come out. Thank you both for joining me. I really appreciate it. Emily?
Thank you, Shosh, for that report from the ground in Hostage Square. As you see now on the screen, we are filming from Nuseirat in Gaza. You can see a large crowd assembled there. They've been out there already for well over an hour, I want to say. Families, children also at the scene. And just a few minutes ago, there was somewhat of a commotion because you saw a large group of Hamas terrorists, almost rushed by the crowd, who were all very, very eager to come take selfies and take photographs with these Hamas terrorists. You can see even now some commotion on the ground in Gaza. So there is not only embrace of Hamas, but a celebration of this terrorist organization, despite the fact that they've really dragged the Gaza Strip into a brutal war that, of course, has been very difficult for the people of Gaza. And despite that, we see a lot of civilian support for Hamas, for their acts of terrorism. And unfortunately, I think that's something that has shocked perhaps not Israeli society because they were more familiar with this phenomenon, but particularly the international community, to see this support from civilians on the ground for these heinous crimes against humanity. The murder, the barbaric murder of children, the assault of women, the kidnapping of entire families, the cynicism that we've seen displayed throughout these hostage release and before with the conditions of the hostages as we continue to learn more on the ground. I mean, how do you respond to dealing with a terrorist organization like this? What does deterring them actually look like? And is there any hope for the future of Gaza when we see civilians, children on the ground like this? Vivian.
You can't deter a population that is committed to, it's a death cult. This kind of indoctrination has been going on for decades with this population in schools, in families, in mosques, every aspect of their life. It's been supported. Importantly, people need to be reminded of this constantly. It has been supported by Western aid dollars going through UNRWA and other agencies. And this is the result. I mean, it reminds me, just a few days ago, there was an American television crew that went into one of the ISIS camps in northern Syria, I think, where there's tens of thousands of people who are being held, who are former ISIS men, women, children. And I guess they expected to be greeted with flowers and candies, and instead young children came out and started throwing rocks at them and telling them to get out and calling them all sorts of names. It's like, well, what do you expect? This is a death cult. They value death over life. They value our destruction, the destruction of Israel and the killing of all Jews. They ran around on October 7th looking for Yehud, Jews. It's about Jews. It's not about Zionism. It's about Jews. They hate us. And it's a tough one to swallow. And there's a real resistance in the West for all kinds of reasons to accept it. But that's the reality. So how do we deal with it? I have a number of ideas, but maybe not for.
We'll turn to Danny for now.
Yeah.
I would love to get your take on this as well. I mean, how, even from a military perspective, how do you deter, not just a terrorist organization, but we're talking about a society that is so radicalized that they're bringing their children to these scenes?
The charter of Hamas, as well as the charter of the PLO, both states the same. They say that their final goal is to destroy the state of Israel and to eliminate the entire Jewish population here and eliminate Zionism. And I think it also goes back to the Islam belief that divides the world to Dar al-Islam and Dar al-Harb, which means the world of Islam and otherwise that don't live up to according to the Sharia laws should die by sword. And this is what children are being taught ever since they are very young. So two major factors could affect this. One of them is land and not life. They don't appreciate life. But if you take the land and if you take the control of the Hamas, this is something they fear of. And this is what we haven't been able to exercise during the first stages of the war. And if you can see the screen, you can see the houses of Nuseirat over there. Some of them are still standing. And the reason that the IDF didn't exercise its full capacities and its full force specific over there in Nuseirat is the fact that hostages were being held over there. And this is something that I know.
All right, well, we have received an update that Tal Shom and Avera Mengistu have officially entered Israeli territory. They were already transferred into IDF hands within the Gaza Strip, and they are now in Israel. So a welcome back to them, and I'm sure a huge relief for all of their families. We also want to welcome to our panel Arab-Israeli journalist Yosef Haddad to speak a little bit about what we've seen today, what we expect to see as the show, for lack of a better term, is set to begin in Nuseirat now. You can see some activity on the ground as we anticipate the arrival of the remaining 4 hostages set to be released today. Yosef, thank you for joining us. What do you think of the scenes we've seen so far?
Well, first of all, I've been following Al Jazeera broadcast as well, just to understand a little bit more of the narrative they're trying to push, and it's unbelievable to see how they spoke about the body of Shira Bibi as if it was just a simple mistake, and Hamas corrected it, and then they sent the right body. This is how they are typically trying to broadcast this small issue. As if I can call it like this.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just want to point out now, this is the family of Hisham al-Sayed. You see them handing out coffee to the crowds in Israel who are waiting for the arrival of the hostages. Of course, Hisham is one of the hostages. We will speak more about him later. Do you know, can you tell us more about this family, about Hisham's situation?
Yeah, well, you know, for about 9-10 years, Hisham Said was a captive of the terrorist organization Hamas. Unfortunately, Hisham Said is not well mentally, and that is one of the reasons why he actually crossed the border. But here's something really interesting about the Hisham Said family. Hisham Said family came to the Israeli government and said, I don't want you guys to release any terrorists to bring back our son, our kid. And this is something was unbelievable in terms of a family saying something like that. But Israel, like Israel, as we say, it is the only democracy in the Middle East, and Israel cares about all its citizens, and that's why we see Hisham Said and other hostages are being released. But something really interesting, if we're still talking about Al Jazeera, they're referring to Hisham Said as a Palestinian. They said that. He's a Palestinian prisoner of the resistance. And I'm asking Al Jazeera, if he's a Palestinian, why he's a prisoner of Hamas? That sums it up.
I mean, we did see, of course, on October 7th, we saw many Arab Israelis who were also targeted, who were victims of Hamas, who were slaughtered the same as their Jewish counterparts, fellow countrymen. And unfortunately, we have seen hostages. We saw that they kidnapped several Arab Israeli hostages without regard. So there isn't even just something specific to Jews about this. Of course, that's the core motivation.
Of course.
But also Arab Israelis. Can you tell us a little bit about what we've seen from the Arab Israelis in regard to October 7th and the aftermath with this hostage situation?
I mean, this is a very important question, especially to our viewers abroad, because a lot of the people try to draw on this war as it's wars between Jews against Arabs, and it's simply not true. Not only the majority of the Arab Israelis did not join and did not celebrate, but the majority, absolute majority of the Arab Israelis condemned the 7th of October, condemned Hamas, and in fact, some of the anti-Israel people from within my society called me and said, listen, we understand now better. We do not want to live under Hamas ruling. We know that they are savages. We've seen what they've done on the 7th of October, and we don't want this. We don't want that from Hezbollah. We don't want that from Hamas. And certainly, we don't want that from the Palestinian Authority. We understand that we want to live under the Israeli Authority. This is something that happened literally at the same day of the 7th of October. And after that, we've seen that Hamas killed Jews and Arabs, kidnapped Jews and Arabs. Not only that, when it comes to fighting, even today, as we speak, you have Arab soldiers, Christians, Muslims, and of course from the Jewish community and from the Jewish society, all of us together fighting against that enemy. Some of the top officers in the IDF wanted actually to send a message, a clear message to the Jewish society, but also to our enemies, to Hamas, when they presented videos of them literally 5-10 minutes before they enter Gaza, speaking in Arabic and saying, It is not our culture. It is not our religion. We are going to enter Gaza to bring back the hostages and to destroy Hamas. This is from Arab Muslims officers in the IDF. And then add to that the shared and the partnership between Jews and Arabs, where you see Arab Israelis and Jewish Israelis saves each other on the 7th of October, and the stories are countless stories. And that's why it is very important to understand that this war is not Arabs against Jews, but it's Israel, the right side of the history, to the terrorist organization Hamas, the wrong side of the history. Now you need to check yourself. If you are on the side of the terrorist organization, then it says everything about you.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we are dealing with a very radicalized society, as we have spoken about already. You know, just initially, Danny, I've gotten reports that the crowd has actually tripled in Nuseirat. And apparently we're also getting an update just now that the Red Cross is on the way. On the screen now, I just want to point out the Mengistu family, who are now singing in celebration with the news that Avera Mengistu has been returned. So we have almost this sort of bipolar feeling of elation and you know, relief at seeing the return of our hostages. At the same time, really macabre scenes on the ground in Gaza with this display. And as I mentioned, already the crowd has tripled in Nuseirat. This is a big deal, a big celebration for them in order to, I guess, display that, you know, Hamas is alive and kicking, although hopefully not for long after these scenes. Danny, what is your take on this sort of dual emotional roller coaster we've been going through for now 6 releases?
Yeah, we are living in a roller coaster. You know, this week was one of the saddest days since October 7th, with the entire of the Bibas story, which is tragic. You cannot say it in other words. And then we have now the joy and the happiness of having our hostages back. You know, it's some kind of like of the feeling that we have during the Memorial Day, and then within a few hours the joy of Independence Day. But I want to comment on something that Yosef said, which is I think is very important. I think you cannot overestimate the thing that Yosef mentioned, the fact that there is a clash of civilizations here between us and Hamas. And whenever people abroad, to our viewers abroad, listen about, hear false accusation about Israel being an apartheid state, this a statement by Yosef, who is a proud Arab Israeli citizen, emphasized the fact that I think the only place in the Middle East where Arabs can live in a democracy is within the state of Israel, not in any other place.
And I can totally agree with what you said when it comes especially to the myth of Israel being an apartheid state. This is an absurd claim against the state of Israel. And further than that, I'll tell you, they claim it because when you do not want to solve a conflict, then you create problems that does not exist, because when you create problems that does not exist, you can't solve them. And that's how you maintain those problems, and that's how you maintain those conflicts. This is exactly what the anti-Israel people are trying to do. They want to maintain that conflict.
So the Red Cross, as I mentioned, is currently on the way to the scenes we're seeing right now in Nuseirat. As you can see, the crowd, even from the shot that we're looking at, has really increased in size. It is expected to continue to grow, unfortunately. Yosef, before you joined our panel, we were discussing the problem of radicalism in Palestinian society. The fact we've seen children being paraded around, these hostage release shows that have been put on. Of course, now we've already seen on the ground there children. I think there are some of them even in this shot. What is your take on this? I mean, how can we deal with a society that is so radicalized? Is there even a solution?
Let's talk about the uninvolved people. You know, there's a lot of Israelis said everybody is involved. Everybody is involved. But then the people that counter that, they come and say, what, are you talking about a kid that is 6 years old is involved? Let me explain once and for all why when you say everybody is involved, it actually means something. Because if you take the Palestinian education, and especially the education under the terrorist organization Hamas, you poison them on disliking any Israeli, on Jew hatred, and on terrorism from age 0 up until you become a teenager and then a man. This is the situation. So if you take a look at, for instance, a baby that was born, it was born to a family that was already educated by Hamas. And then you arrive to the kindergarten by the age of 4. And in kindergarten, they start teaching you about Hamas, and they start teaching you about the fact from the river to the sea, there's no such thing as Israel, and it will be free. Free from who? Free from Israelis, free from Jews. And then you go after that to the teenage age, and you see that there is Hamas terror camps for kids at the age of 12, 13, 14. They're involved. And then literally at the age of 14, they become members even of Hamas. This is child abuse. And then you are after the age of 18 where you become a man, and then you are literally part of the terrorist organization Hamas. Even those who are
in many cases, 15, 16-year-olds are also recruited to Hamas.
Of course, I said that. Of course, I said that. But even more, let's say you're not part of the military unit, but you are part of the ideology. And when you are part of the ideology, there is no way that you will ever try to swift or to do some sort of a revolution against Hamas or the ideology of Hamas. That's why everybody is involved. In every house, you will see symbols of Hamas. In every house, you will see the full map of Palestine, as they call it, which include Beersheba, Tel Aviv, Haifa, all those cities which are Israeli cities. And that's why when you arrive even to Gaza, you will see that everybody is trying to help Hamas. And if they don't want to help Hamas, the only reason is because right now they're in a really bad condition. But if the conditions and the situation in Gaza was okay, nobody would have talked against them. Nobody would have said something. What does this give you? This gives us one simple fact. If Hamas is weak, we will allow the Gazans people to maybe shift somehow, only if they're weak. Because if they're not weak, they will never shift their ideology. And if they're not weak, they will never change the education. And if you don't change the Palestinian education in Gaza, it will never change. They will hate Israel. They will be educated of hating Israel and killing Jews and killing Israelis. And I'll tell you even more than that. They will be educated of killing Arabs like me even more than anybody else. Because for them, for me, to be a proud Israeli is even way worse of being just a Jew. And this is how sickening their thought is. So yes, that's why we say everybody there is involved. You know, during the Holocaust, there were people who are not Jews who helped the Jews. Have you heard about one Palestinian in Gaza did that? I think there's a specific definition for that.
Righteous among the nations.
Righteous among the nations. Is there one Palestinian that you can call him righteous among the nation? The answer is no. And this thing tells you, even Nazis had rights among the nations. Gazans, Palestinians don't? Come on.
Well, certainly disappointing comments, but it is the reality, unfortunately.
This is the reality,
as we've seen since October 7th. I mean, I wish that you were wrong, but I think that based on what we know, that's a somewhat accurate interpretation. Shosh and Ariella in Hostage Square, I know that you have some more updates from us on the ground.
Okay. Everybody is waiting.
Hi, Emily. Yes, we have been trying to speak to some people here in Hostage Square. So many people have different emotions as to why they're here. Of course, we're talking to people trying to set the mood. Tell us who we have here today.
Okay, so we're here now with Ori. Thank you for being here. So can you tell us why you're here? Why was it important for you to come here today?
I think there is no other options. As long as the family is asked and told, it makes us stronger. And there is a little chance our hostages will see it in Gaza. This is a good reason to get out of bed and come here.
And you know, a lot of our viewers aren't in Israel. They're not experiencing what we're experiencing right now, standing here in Hostage Square. So what is the energy? Have you been here before for the hostage releases?
In this place?
Yeah.
I'm trying to come here or to come to Begin Gate each Saturday. Sometimes when I can do it, I'm doing it in the middle of the East, but it's quite difficult in the middle of the week.
So how does it feel to be here? What's the energy like? For people who aren't here, how can you describe this feeling to them?
Difficult, sad, unbelievable.
Do you feel any hope from being here? Does it make you feel hopeful and united to be here, though?
I don't know if it makes me hopeful. I think it's better to say I feel betrayed by my government. This is the feeling I have. I can't understand it. a country who treats the hostages like this.
Yeah, tell us about just when you saw these hostages, these two hostages just released. One of them was in captivity for more than 10 years. What was that like for you to see him actually walk on his own 2 feet alive after so long of being in Hamas captivity?
Pity. I feel pity on him. It's unbelievable because as long as I understood, he was not absolutely mentally as should be. It's cruelty.
And we have, of course, phase 2. You know, all these families, of course, people, supporters they want to see phase 2 come to fruition. They want to see it happen. Of course, we have still a lot of men in Hamas captivity, and we also have soldiers in Hamas captivity. Do you feel as if there's hope that phase 2 could happen? What are your thoughts on that? I know some families are worried that it might not happen.
It must have been. I don't know, will it be, but it must.
Well, yeah, this is really the feeling here in Hostage Square. So many people not knowing, but having hope that phase 2 could happen. Of course, all these families are putting pressure on the government to ensure that the rest of these lives do come home. Of course, because we've seen the conditions of these men. We saw Tal Shoam today. It seemed as if he had some type of limp when he was coming out of captivity today. And so people are just, of course, worried about the conditions of the other men that are still in Hamas captivity. So,
well, I also think it's something that you're saying now that, you know, it's been over 16 months. It's been over 16 months. People are tired. We're tired now, but each release, each living hostage that comes out is another burst to carry on going and to keep pushing for the release of all the hostages. It's okay.
You have to speak louder.
It's okay. It's such a busy environment, and I guess just for anyone who's watching at home who isn't here, what's your message to them? What do you want them to know?
We are with them. We are giving them a hug. We are doing what we can do. And pray with them, although I'm not religious.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely. We are all with them and giving them a big hug. Emily, back to you.
For that update, we do see scenes in Nuseirat now. We saw a small group of children seemingly a part of these processions in some capacity, holding signs being used to direct, I guess, certain groups of Palestinians into certain areas. The latest update we have is that the Red Cross is currently on the way to Nuseirat to undergo this second phase of the exchange that we're expected to see today with the release of 4 additional Israeli hostages. Vivian, I wanted to go to you before Shosh, but I wanted to give you a chance to discuss what we were talking about before with Yosef, which is the lack of assistance from the civilian population in Gaza in getting these hostages out. I think for many Israelis, this has been a profound disappointment, especially for southern Israelis living in the south, many of whom had relationships with some of these people.
And I think that there's one small glimmer of goodness that it behooves us to talk about. Arbel Yehud has been very reclusive. Of course, she was the 29-year-old woman who was released and nearly lynched by a mob. I believe it was in Khan Yunis a few weeks ago. She was kept in total isolation throughout her captivity. And what we've learned from her, the one detail, and she wanted people to know about this, is that she was kept with a family, apparently a very cruel patriarch. He had 3 wives, and the youngest, his 3rd wife, really showed great compassion towards Arbel and would often do tasks that she had been ordered to do and tried to protect her. And Arbel said that she owes her tremendous gratitude, and this woman is being left to a life of despair and abuse and cruelty. And so it's one story, and there should be more, but I do think that we should acknowledge that woman's incredible bravery and compassion. I wanted to also just mention one more thing that came up earlier that I've really been champing at the bit to respond to, which is, you know, the price we pay. Danny was talking about the price we pay when we release these killers, and then we're going to have to deal with them again. But I think we also have to, at some point, address the price we pay by not bringing our hostages home. It's a huge price, in my view, that we would pay to leave them. And that's why I don't think you pay any price, but we have to pay a really high price. And the truth is, we lost on October 7th. So we now have to kind of fix that, and then we can go ahead and fight the war that we need to fight without two hands tied behind our back.
I have to disagree regarding the statement of we lost on October 7th, because the fact that October 7th was a tragedy and was a total failure by the IDF is clear to everyone. It's clear to everyone. But we also lost in this respect in the Yom Kippur War, and we even lost on the Lebanon First War. But the fact is, once we started in a very low point, we ended up as winners. And we shouldn't forget this, because this is the way narratives are created. By stating that we lost, this is the way the Palestinians, or the Hamas in this respect, takes this under consideration. They see us as a losing and weak society, while they claim to be victorious, while the reality is just the other way around.
I actually do agree with you, and I'll tell you why I also agree with you. We're speaking right now about the footages and the images of that we've seen here in Nusayrat. One of actually the images that I want to talk about is the quote that they put in Hebrew, and it says, "Halachat hatzva'i bilvad yachzir et hachatufim." Only military pressure and strength will bring back the hostages. This is as a quote, and then under it they say, "Bibi, don't pressure again. Calm down." Do you know what I understand from?
You can see now on the.
Yes, this is exactly the stage that we have here in Nusayrat right now. Yeah, and do you know what I understand from this? I understand one thing: Hamas is shaking and frightened, scared like little cowards and rats from the IDF soldiers, because they know very well that if we go to an operation one more time, and if we go to war, when this time in the United States there isn't Biden administration, there is a Trump administration. They are afraid, scared. And this is exactly shows how much they are working on a propaganda towards the Israeli citizens. This is why they chose to put it in Hebrew. This is why they chose to use this quote. And I will tell you one more thing. As I said already, not only we decimated our enemies, we fought on 7 fronts. 7 fronts. They tried to eliminate the state of Israel, and we are still standing. Of course we did not lose. But here's the thing. You know what differentiates all of us, or differentiates us from the terrorist organization Hamas, and why we have so many opinions here of losing, winning? Because if we only lose one life of an Israeli, whether it's a soldier or a civilian, and if there is only one Israeli hostage, and it doesn't matter who he is, we feel like we lost the whole world. This is why the life of Israelis are more precious than the life of the Palestinians. And I'm sorry, this is not something that I am saying. This is something that Hamas is saying. This is something that the Palestinians are saying. Because if we just look today on the deal, 650 terrorists are about to be released for the 6 live Israeli hostages. They set up the equation that for one Israeli life, hundreds of Israelis, Palestinians, it's worth. So they are the one that making the life of a Palestinian less than the life of Israelis, and we pressure life. And that's why we want to see every hostage in home, and that's why we feel sometimes we are a bit losing, but no. We need to understand one thing clearly. We won when it comes to military. We won. We decimated Hezbollah. We decimated Hamas. And the only reason why Hamas is standing like this, because they recruited, and I'm telling you from knowing. They recruited civilians, gave them the uniform of Hamas and told them, wear them. Look how clean they are. Look how their uniforms are clean. And it's funny to see that when there is a fight, you don't see a uniform, Hamas uniform. But when there isn't a fight, everybody comes with a uniform. Now, let me also be clear. We annihilated, we destroyed, and we killed over 15,000 members of Hamas, terrorists. This is a huge number from the IDF. And the only way we're seeing Hamas as if he's controlling Gaza is one, because the IDF is not there, otherwise they would be hiding like cowards. And the second thing is, it's because they recruited regular civilians and put them with uniforms. So let's be really honest with ourselves, okay?
We do have footage now of the family of Tal Shoam in the initial reactions. You can see a huge sigh of relief on the face of all of these family members as they watched the initial footage, which we aired just a few minutes ago, of Tal Shoam. Tears of joy from the Shoam family. Emotional moments across Israel today, certainly. Certainly. We've also received an update that the Red Cross has arrived at the scene in Nuseirat right now as the Palestinian crowd in Gaza continues to grow as we anticipate the return of the 4 additional hostages set to be released today.
The Red Cross.
An exciting moment for the Shoam family. We are waiting to receive updates on the physical status of the hostages. As mentioned before, it did appear as if Tal Shoam was very weak, perhaps with a limp. Unclear exactly what those injuries may be. Unfortunately, as we mentioned earlier, many of these hostages, we know from the hostages who have returned home already, who have seen some of these hostages throughout this time in captivity. They have confirmed that the hostages being held, in particular the male hostages, have been held in just horrendous conditions, most of them underground for the majority of the time. In some cases, they have been physically chained, unable to move for weeks at a time. And we also know that Hamas has engaged in a sort of revitalization campaign the week or two before some of these hostages are released, because they did receive so much criticism about how these hostages came out looking, especially in the case of the incident with Arbel Yehud and Eli Sharabi just a few weeks ago. We did see that, from the looks of it, Tal Shoam is able to move. He's able to walk to some extent, although it did look like he was being held up. So it's likely that that is also the case now, that Hamas has been trying for at least a week or so to bring these hostages somewhat back to life, for lack of a better term. Certainly in Israel, they will be receiving full medical checks and the treatment that they need, whether physically or psychologically, in order to make a recovery. Will be a long rehabilitation process for all of these hostages returning now, but we support them and are happy to see them home nonetheless. As I mentioned, the Red Cross is on the ground there in Nuseirat. We are waiting to receive updates for the transfer of the remaining 4 hostages. But Vivian, I want to ask you about the scenes that we expect to see. We've spoken a lot about the medical conditions of these hostages. We really have no idea what's going to happen in the case of Hisham al-Sayad. The last photo we had of him in captivity was him, on some sort of respirator. We don't know all the details of his condition, but what are you expecting to see from these hostages? We have 3 returning who were kidnapped from Nova, and then, of course, Hisham al-Sayad, almost a decade in captivity.
Well, like everybody else, I hope that we at least see them able to walk and stand. Don't know much more than that. We were talking earlier about the Red Cross, and Malki Shem Tov, the father of Omer Shem Tov, it was 2-3 months after October 7th. It was a short time, and he went to a meeting in Jerusalem with Marina Spolyaruk, who at the time was one of the most senior people in the Red Cross. Red Cross had done nothing to try to get medicine. Of course, he's celiac and suffers from asthma. We had information from Maya Nitai Regev, who had been held with him, about how he was suffering and how the Hamas guards would just mock him whenever he coughed and threatened him from eating pita. Malki Shem Tov went up to the Red Cross and he just said, I don't know where my son is, but you can find him, find his address and get the medicine to him. And she said, I'm not touching that. So, it's just, what condition? I think it's a miracle that he's alive. As someone with celiac disease, who's been underground, who's been mistreated, and we know, I believe, that Omer Enkert is injured. To me, it's a miracle that they're alive, that they've managed to fight off infection. They have shrapnel in their bodies, many of them. And let's just hope that they can rehabilitate. Other than that, I don't know any more than anyone else about their condition and what to expect.
Well, hopefully we will receive an update shortly, or at least some visuals. Danny?
Yes, Vivian mentioned Omar Shem Tov, and I'm familiar with distant relatives of the family. And I wanted to say that Shelley Shem Tov, the mother of Omar, is a true lioness.
Yeah.
Because we've seen her all around as opposed to other, and we cannot judge hostages' families, of course, and everyone reacts according to their conscience and their beliefs. But Shelley Shem Tov was the one that always preached to unite everyone. And she said, come to the hostage square, hold hands and stay still. Don't accuse anyone and just be with us. And this is something which is very exciting or very emotional in my point of view, because this is the way to unite the Israeli society.
Of course, I would be remiss not to mention the fact that in almost every single propaganda hostage video that we have seen Hamas put out, that is exactly what they have called for, is distrust and disunity in the Israeli society. This is something that they view as a major agenda item for them. They want to see that division in the state of Israel.
Emily, I want to talk more about the cruelty of the terrorist organization Hamas and the terror psychological against Israel and Israeli citizens. On the stage where Tal Shoham and Evra Mengistu were released, we will see in just a bit the footage of the banner that they put up behind, and we will see there the face of Hadar Goldin. This is exactly what they did. I'm sure that we will see it. We have here the
footage of Tal Shoham.
So we'll see once he goes on the stage. You will see the footage of Hadar Goldin with the red triangle, which means this is how they target IDF and civilians, by the way, when they put that red triangle above the head and the face of Hadar Goldin. This is an absolute disgusting act by the terrorist organization. Anyway, this is exactly the picture that I was talking about. And look, and they deliberately also chose a photo like this where he's smiling. I know the mentality, and I know how they are thinking, and I know exactly what message they want to send. And 4 days ago, there was a talk about Hamas releasing the bodies of Hadar Goldin and bringing it back to Israel. It was a fake news, by the way. Yeah.
For our viewers, I wanted to clarify, Hadar Goldin is one of the bodies that is being held captive by Hamas for many years. From
Tzuk Eitan operation. And this cruelty here, we know the family of Hadar Goldin, who fought bravely to bring back the body of their own kid. And the fact that Hamas is doing something like this is just, again, shows you how they are just a sadistic monsters. There is no other definition for them. And it's about time that we as Israel, as a country in the Middle East, to understand that we need to arrive to that arena, the arena of the, what we call it, the propaganda. And we need to speak their own language. And that's why last week I was very, very, very proud and happy to see that when the terrorists were released, they were released when they had a T-shirt on them which says, we will not forget and we will not forgive. And I hope that this message will be very clear to all the rest of the terrorists. We will not forget and we will not forgive. And you will stay a target for the Israeli security people, and they will finish the job one day or another.
That was the first time they'd done that, isn't it, with those sweatshirts?
Yeah, well, before that, it was a bracelet that they put, but it wasn't significant as it is. And I can tell you, Vivian, that made a huge impact in the Arab world. Huge impact in the Arab world. And in fact, I've seen many comments saying, what, Israel start to speak Arabic now? And you know what? This is itself an evidence that shows that, you know, yes, Israel is a Western country. Of course, we have Western values, and that's what differentiates us between the rest of the Middle Eastern countries here. But I don't want to be like them. All I'm saying is, in order for us to survive in the Middle East, we have to balance between the fact that we're a Western country to a country that actually physically in the Middle East. And Unfortunately, our enemies or the neighboring states that are bordering us are not Western countries. They are Middle Eastern countries with a Middle Eastern mentality and thought. And if we don't think like them, and if we do not balance between the fact that we're a Western country, we do not have the right to exist here. I'm sorry.
And I think what Yosef said now is goes back to the picture or the footage I remember from Jabalia at the beginning of the war. Well, Israel captivated like 200 terrorists, and they stripped them down. They were sitting in underwear, and there were voices in the Israeli society said, "Look, it's not humane to keep them in the cold or whatever with their underwear." And this is the language they understand. Terrorists should be humiliated.
All right, well, we do have Ariella and Shosh in Hostage Square now. Can you guys give us a little bit more information about these 4 hostages, who they are, what their stories are, what we expect to see in the exchange in a matter of minutes, hopefully?
Sure. So let's talk about Omer Wenker, who is expected to be handed over hopefully very, very soon. He is someone who survived Nova. He was at Nova with a few of his friends. One of his friends who was there was actually murdered. He was able to contact his family earlier that day before he was kidnapped, saying that he was scared for his life before they then saw an image of Omer stripped down to just his underwear in the back of a pickup truck with his arms tied behind his back. That is the last image that they saw of him. There were no propaganda videos released of Omer while he was in Hamas captivity. Omer is being released today because he suffers from colitis. When he has certain attacks, it's because, according to his family, he has ulcers that develop and cause serious pain for him. And so there's a lot of concern what could happen if he's not getting the right and proper medication while he's in Hamas captivity. Also, Omer's grandmother survived the Holocaust. She was actually, according to the family, was liberated before she got to Auschwitz by the Soviet Union's army at that time. So they've been trying to get the Russian government to help secure his release as well. The family has been trying to get anyone to help them get him out because of how dire his condition might be. And that's just one of them. Omer Shemtov is another hostage that has conditions. Ariella, of course, knows more about him.
Like Omer Wenker, Omer Shemtov also suffers from health conditions. He is celiac and also has asthma. He's 22 from Herzliya. He was taken hostage along with his friends Itai and Maya Regev, who were both released in November 2023. Now, as we've said earlier in this broadcast, those with health conditions are a massive concern for obvious reasons. We know that the conditions that have been kept in will have been dire. In tunnels, no hygiene. For one with asthma, that could be extremely problematic. Celiac, also living on what we can imagine being at least 1 pitta a day. I mean, only 1 pitta a day. At most, extremely concerning for one with celiac. We've already seen hostages come out extremely malnourished, so someone who will have had issues eating the little food that was provided for them would be worrying. We can expect to see them coming out possibly very thin, looking very malnourished and weak, so he's also a big concern for the hostages coming out.
Yeah, and for our viewers watching right now, as you can see, this is the scene. This is where the handover will take place. We're watching any moment. It's unclear if the Red Cross has actually arrived yet. We're waiting for those vans to show up for the hostages to then be handed over. Another hostage that's set to be released, part of this handover, is Hisham al-Sayed. He is a Bedouin man who walked into Gaza on his own accord back in 2015. He is coming out nearly 10 years later at the age of 37, just like Avera Mengistu. He walked in when he was about 27 years old, and more than 1 decade later, he is returning. He apparently, and according to a Human Rights Watch group, he suffers from mental illness, and his family says that as well. Potentially very severe mental illness conditions that he has been dealing with. There was a propaganda video released of him that really scarred and shook the Israeli public in 2022. There was a video Hamas released of him in appeared to be a hospital bed with an oxygen tank hooked up to him breathing through it. Really a very scary and horrifying video for the family who saw that, and that's their last sign of life from him since.
And then the final hostage coming out today is Elia Cohen, 27, who was taken from the Nova Festival. He was with his partner Ziv, his fiance, and her nephew and her nephew's fiance, who were both killed on October 7th. They were all in a bomb shelter, which then became a death trap, essentially. And Elia was taken alongside Hirsch and also Or Levy. Now, we know from the hostages recently released that he has been held in extremely inhumane conditions, chained in a tunnel without food, suffered a gunshot wound to his leg, and has undergone extreme abuse. So again, another great point of concern for Israel, for his family members. We know that he most likely will not have been treated. So another one, along with all three hostages, the rest of the hostages being released today, all have points of concern for their health and well-being.
Definitely. And going back to Omer Wenkert, just for one moment, there was actually a sign of life from him reported in November of 2023. One of the hostages released at that ceasefire deal, Liam Orr, was actually held with Wenkert, and 5 Thai hostages, I believe. They were all held together in really dire conditions. They said that Omer Wenkert brought so much optimism to that group, trying to help them get through these really critical conditions. We know that a lot of the men that were in Hamas captivity faced really rigorous physical forms of torture at the beginning of their captivity. They say it was actually some of the worst abuse that they had while being hostages. So we're hoping to see, these 4 men walk across the stage today. We will, of course, be examining their conditions, but also what clothing they will be wearing, how they will be walking, what they will look like once those doors open up and they are brought onto Hamas's makeshift stage that they have forced them to partake in, parade them on that stage, and then they'll be transferred over to the Red Cross. Emily?
Great. Thank you for that update, Ariella Lachiani and Shosh Bedrosian in Hostage Square, reporting for us on the ground with ILTV. We see now the scenes in Nuseirat as we await the transfer of the 4 hostages. Of course, Palestinians seem to be very excited on the ground there, taking photos, selfies, videos through their own content, social media, of what's happening on the ground there in Gaza. You see a large number of Hamas members, Hamas terrorists in uniform. As Yosef, as you mentioned, we do know that some of these are not necessarily Hamas terrorists, or I guess they are now, but people who have very recently been recruited. In some cases, we've even seen children, in some cases small children, dressed in full Hamas uniform at these scenes. And we've also seen children as part of the procession even today so far. I do want to update that we have received confirmation that Tal Shoam and Avera Mengistu are at Re'im base now. They will be reunited with initial family members before being transferred to the hospital to undergo more intensive checks. But the first of those checks will be at Re'im base. So that is a positive update. And as we await the arrival of these 4 hostages and their transfer to the Red Cross, Danny, I wanted to ask you, and actually all of our panel, but I'll start with you, Danny. What we saw with the Bibas release and the fact they sent over a Palestinian body that was not Shiri Bibas, and then 24 hours later they sent the other body that was confirmed to be Shiri Bibas. Netanyahu responded to this by saying that this is a serious violation of the ceasefire. How is that being perceived now? Is this considered a violation of the ceasefire, and what do you expect the army and the government to do?
It is a serious violation, but the word violation is really not something that we should relate to Hamas, because we understand what they are doing. This is all part of psychological manipulation, and we are facing a huge dilemma, because if Netanyahu and the government would want to respond by breaking the deal and going back to war, then we do realize that we wouldn't see these 6 hostages being released today. So this is, of course, a dilemma, and I think we are trying to walk, on a very delicate situation. But I believe, as I said before, and I do want to emphasize that all of us, Vivian, of course, want the hostages, all of them back, their life and the dead, of course. And we are willing to pay a huge price for this. But there should be a red line, because Hamas wants to drag us, for an endless discussion and endless negotiations, and going to stretch this exercising this manipulation for ages. And we, at some point, would like to change the equation. For example, if they keep, breaking the deal and making such horrible manipulations, such as they did with the late Shiri Bibas, we could emphasize that if they do so again, we would conquer, one of the Palestinian villages again, or camps. And if they don't bring back all of the hostages, we go furthermore. And this is the way to address a terror organization that doesn't speak our values and language. So yes, we do want our hostages back as soon as possible, and we need to do it now. But if the Hamas keeps on this behavior, we should change the equation.
Vivian, based on what we saw from the Bibas coffin release, I don't even want to say hostage release, do you anticipate, do you think that Israel should return to fighting, or is that not the right tactic?
I think we touched on this a little earlier. I think that I personally think that we should get every last hostage out, and I think that if we are going to achieve that, it's going to happen very quickly. So, I would prefer to hold and wait and see what Witkoff, Special Envoy Witkoff, and President Trump have in mind, because if they're going to manage to pull this off, it's going to happen, in my view, very, very quickly, like within a week, maybe 10 days. What we're seeing now is happening because of the interventions of Trump and Witkoff, in my view. There's no other explanation for it. So all of this kind of, sort of messing around and violations and this and that and taking forever, and as Trump put it, dribs and drabs and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. No. Trump came in and he's like, enough. I want these people out. And by the way, this is a crappy deal. But look at how he's accelerated the terms of release even on this deal, and the changes that we've seen. So, what would I like to see ultimately? We go back in and we fight the war that we have been unable to fight for the last 16 months, but we get every last person out. I'm one of those who happens to think that the price of leaving people behind is too high and too corrosive to the soul, ethos, and morale of the country. That's, we may disagree on that, but that's where I come from.
I have to agree with you on the fact that it's a crappy deal, and on the fact that we did not translate our military strength that we achieved in the Middle East, and we achieved a huge military success in the Middle East, and we did not translate it into a strength in diplomacy and negotiation. And to be honest with you, one of the things why we did not achieve this, and I am not joking, the fact that in the negotiation team on the Israeli side, there isn't an Arab Israeli that understands the mentality of our opponents, of the terrorists and the Middle East, and the fact that we literally gave Qatar, who is the official friend of Hamas, and of course we have Al Jazeera, who is the official spokesperson of Hamas.
Well, the Ministry of Propaganda of Qatar, no?
Well,
I call them.
It's
Qatar and Hamas.
Can I ask a question of you that you might be able to answer, that I've been asking everyone?
Sure.
There are many aspects of this deal that are crappy, but one of the major ones is something that we've always done, is submit to these outrageous ratios, right?
Yeah.
Why?
Because the simple fact is that we sanctify life when they sanctify death. And we want every soldier and every civilian to come back. We created the equation that they can demand hundreds of bodies for one Israeli body. And the biggest mistake was during Gilad Shalit deal. But the bottom line is, if we look at it how it is,
right,
the life of an Israeli worth more than the life of a Palestinian. And Israel wants to bring back every Israeli there, and we are willing to pay the price. And that is why this deal is crappy, because we are willing to pay the price. But the problem here is not about this. There are numbers of things that Israel could have done to make it even a better deal. You know what? Even the simplest details in it. You see these circuses that they're doing?
Yeah.
I would have, in the beginning of the negotiation, I would tell them, listen, guys, you give us our hostages, we give you your hostages, you don't do this circus, you don't humiliate us. Those who understand the Middle East knows that everything has been done there is only a propaganda. One, to humiliate every Israeli citizen, to create a false narrative that they are actually winning to the Arab world, and mostly to show, and listen to this, this is very careful, this is very important. These footages are for the West, but not for the real West. These footages are for the extremists, immigrants, terror supporters, who entered the West. And today you see the mass protesting in every place in the world, in the West. And you cannot do anything about them, because if you try to do something about it, they're extremists. They will use violence against you. I am a victim of that violence when they punched me in the face outside of Columbia University in New York, and the only one thing that I did is exposing their hypocrisy and the fact that they support terrorism by filming. And that's why when we see circus like this and we allow a circus like this, we get a circus like this. And that's why we feel that in those negotiations we've definitely did a crappy deal, and unfortunately it just shows that we do not understand again the mentality of the Middle East, and we need to work on that because Israel is part of the Middle East.
What's interesting is that we also saw President Trump's reaction to some of these events, and he was very angered after the release of Eli Sharabi. So also referenced how it seemed like they came out of Auschwitz. I hate making that comparison, but there really is nothing else that applies based on what we saw. And then after the Bibas event, he also issued a statement saying that this is appalling. And I think that certainly has motivated even him as the president of the United States to crack down on this terror organization and to have a heavier hand when it comes to dealing with them. And of course, we can't forget the fact that not only did they kill many dozens of Americans on October 7th, but they still have American citizens in Hamas captivity, Idan Alexander being one of them. So this is a concern for many nations. And today, as we mentioned, the Austrian-Israeli national Tal Shoam and, nationalities from many other countries as well have been taken captive and held there, including some dual nationals and some not even Israeli citizens when it comes to the Thai hostages that have been held. And this is really par for the course for a lot of these terrorist organizations. It hasn't been reported very much, but the Houthis actually have taken dozens of hostages of international citizens. Just want to point out for our viewers, that is the footage that we received of Avera Mengistu's release. You can see him on stage. A lot of this was not aired live, but is now coming out as we get more information and more reports from the ground in Gaza. In the pouring rain there, you can see visible through this shot where they were standing and in what conditions. Visibly uncomfortable Avera Mengistu and, of course, Tal Shoam. Thankfully, they are now back in Israel, confirmed to be at Ra'im base, undergoing initial medical checks. I do want to note that we also have received an update that in Nuseirat now, we will see the transfer of 3 hostages, not 4 hostages. Hisham al-Said, the one who has been held for more than 10 years now, he will be released from a 3rd location believed to be in Gaza City. We are waiting to receive more information on his release, and we do not know yet what time that will take place. However, in the next few minutes, imminently, we can see already the Red Cross arriving to Nuseirat for the transfer of 3 Israeli hostages, all of whom were kidnapped from the Nova Festival on October 7th and have been held in inhumane conditions, certainly undergoing torture, according to what we know from the hostages who have already returned, some of whom have seen these hostages during their time in captivity. So the Red Cross has arrived. The crowd has at least tripled in size since the ending of the first release of Tal Shoam and Avera Mengistu, and continues to grow. So a massive turnout on the ground in the Palestinian society for these scenes on the ground in Gaza. Any minute now, we should be hearing about or seeing the arrival of those 3 hostages. And I'm sure that everyone is waiting on the edge of their seats to see what condition these poor hostages are in after more than 16 months in captivity. We spoke a little bit earlier in the broadcast about the price of this deal, and it's a theme that's come up repeatedly as we've been watching these events. Over 600 terrorists are being released today, as mentioned earlier. Yosef, I wanted to ask you about this. I mean, we're seeing people with dozens of life sentences being released. We saw one person who was already released, who was supposed to be deported to Egypt, on the ground in Gaza yesterday. What do you make of this high price?
You know something? You see through Al Jazeera broadcast how they are proud of Hamas for managing to release dozens and dozens of terrorists who have multiple, I think you call it life sentence. So they have multiple life sentence for killing Israelis, for having blood of Israelis on their head. Abdel Nasser Isa, they mentioned some of the names. Abdel Nasser Isa, Saeed Diab, Salim al-Qtawi, Amir al-Tambur, Omar Jaber. All those names, they are names of terrorists who have blood on their hands. They praised Hamas during that broadcast. Yeah, they praised Hamas for able to actually bring them to freedom. Yes, and here's the sick thing that Westerns or anti-Israel extremists in the West do. They took these names and they literally compare it with our hostages. Yeah. Well, first of all, they call both of them prisoners. No, they're not prisoners here in Israel. They're terrorists. That's one. And no, they're not prisoners in Gaza. They're hostages who were kidnapped on the 7th of October. So that's one. So you cannot compare. That's one. Second, they're innocent people who the only sin that they did is then dancing and trying to have fun, while the other terrorists are trying to kill Israelis as much as possible. And the fact is that you see in Al Jazeera and you see in the Arab world praising Hamas for bringing their release, it just shows exactly how sick people they are. But mainly for journalists like Al Jazeera, it just shows us that this machine, propaganda machine of Hamas and the Arab world, funded by Qatar, which is a terrorist state by all means, it just shows you how much of an impact they have in the Arab world and why Israel took a good decision of stopping their broadcast here. But on the other hand, we are hearing some other things about Qatar and some of the relationship here within Israel. I really hope that we investigated all these things, because Qatar is a terrorist state. Al Jazeera is the official spokesman of Hamas, and they want to harm and hurt Israel. And we need to understand that, and we need to fight them, and we need to treat them like a terrorist organization, not a media outlet. They are not. They are a terrorist organization.
All right. Well, I do want to note that according to the initial reports that we're seeing from the ground now, there is speculation, I should say, that part of the reason Hisham is not being released in this particular show is because he's not in the best physical condition. We do know, as has been reported several times during this broadcast, that he was not well. The last photos that we saw were from June 2022. So there is speculation that perhaps he is not physically able to take part in these, quite frankly, disgusting theatrics of this terrorist organization.
And the Red Cross.
And the Red Cross, of course. We do see the Red Cross vehicles moving now in Nuseirat. We have not yet received confirmation that the hostages, or the 3 hostages set to be released in Nuseirat, have arrived, but they should be at any second now.
Look at that, Emily. The Uber driver came. That's who they are, Red Cross. They're nothing but an Uber driver. They did nothing for our hostages since the 7th of October until today. They didn't get their medicine. They didn't get checked up by them. They failed of doing their job. They failed every Israeli. They failed the Bibas family. They failed the baby, Kfira, Nariel. They failed, and their only job is to be Uber drivers. No more than that. Shame on them. Shame on them. And you know what? America should stop funding this hideous organization.
There have been calls this week, I think over $600 million per year is what just the United States actually contributes to the Red Cross. And here you see children in the audience cheering as the Red Cross makes its way to the pickup point for the hostages. In addition to that, of course, I have to point out again for our viewers, I mean, it's crazy that this is a normal scene. And yet this is a normal scene. I mean, you see hundreds of guns right next to the Red Cross. I mean, the visuals are quite alarming. It should alarm anyone. And unfortunately, it's par for the course for Hamas. I mean, we're talking about a really, really radicalized pro-terror society with now hundreds, if not thousands, of Hamas terrorists and additional thousands of civilians or so-called civilians on the ground there in Nuseirat, flanked on every side by weapons. I mean, what is your response to the scenes we're seeing now?
I think it goes back to the beginning of the war. I think that you could be pro-Trump or anti-Trump, but I think it cannot define right from wrong. And I think this is something that the previous administration wasn't very good at, because since the beginning of the war, they tried to make an equation with the ammunition given to Israel and with the humanitarian aid. So from my point of view, as a Jewish person, as an Israeli, the only humanitarian problem at the beginning of the war was the fact that we have 250 hostages in Gaza. And instead of, making the equation, you don't get a truck until we get to the entire names of them. And, they are being released. You get nothing. Then we got these unbelieved pictures where you can see people are chanting and making all this show because we failed to get our hostages back at the beginning of the war by not giving them any support, what it was called a humanitarian support. And you can see the picture of these terrorists. They don't seem malnourished, they don't seem very thin. They've been very well fed. And this is part of what we and the Western society and the American administration gave them. These humanitarian trucks didn't go to the population, they went to Hamas.
Well, this is a great point you bring up about the humanitarian aid. I mean, this has been one of the major topics of this war, the accusations made against Israel, claiming that Israel is not providing humanitarian aid or sufficient humanitarian aid based on their responsibilities. Vivian, what is your response to this? I mean, part of this, even the ceasefire deal, was Hamas demanding more humanitarian aid.
And it's just an absurd distraction and deflection. There's been plenty of aid, there's studies, there's been plenty of food that's been in and going in throughout.
Except apparently to the hostages.
Except to the hostages, exactly. But I think that it's been very well documented, both visually and in terms, quantifiably, that there's been significant aid going in. The aid that's going in now is obscene. It's so beyond over the top, and it isn't just food, it's also things like the dual-use materials that Hamas, we know, uses to build its military infrastructure. Why we're sending cement in there is beyond me. But I want to just make one quick point about the equivalency, the Ministry of Propaganda, as I call them, Al Jazeera, Qatar, and you mentioned the extremists in the West who equate our hostages, our civilian hostages, maybe there are 2 soldiers left, but our civilian hostages with murderers. And this equivalency it's a disease to see things in this way, and it has crept into and saturates many governments. It is not just the people with green hair or the Islamists on the street in the West. I'm a Canadian. It's our government. They do this constantly in their statements. Many European countries in the EU constantly, on the one hand, on the other hand, this very twisted equivalency kind of paradigm that they apply. And that is really, really concerning when that becomes normalized. Because it's just like we've just completely obliterated morality, right?
You know something. We're all talking about the humanitarian aid, and we're talking about the situation in Gaza. One of the things that we did not manage to get a better deal is the fact that we allowed humanitarian aid in numbers that exceeded the minimum that we need even to give. And I'll tell you even further than that. I don't think we need to give the minimum. We need to give the minimum of the minimum. This is the Middle East, ladies and gentlemen. This is the reality of it. But just to explain to our viewers what happened, here is it, stage by stage, okay? Israel allows to enter humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip. Hamas immediately sees it. They fill up their warehouses. They make sure that they have enough food for themselves to continue fighting the IDF soldier. So basically, what we did, we are the one who gave them strength and power to fight us. After they fill all the warehouses and it's full and there's still enough food, what they do, they don't give that as an aid. They put it in the market to sell it double, triple price. And with the money, what they do, they make more weapons. So basically...
Well, they also put a few shekels in their multi-billion-dollar accounts.
And for propaganda, by the way, because, you know, those banners and all this stages and to build them, they cost money. And I've seen how many banners they're already prepared. Each one of them is thousands of shekels. But just to again put it on the table, we are the ones who give power to Hamas, and the West in a way forced Israel to do that and forced Israel to strengthen Hamas. And the fact that we and this is my criticism towards my government, towards my country, yeah, politically. The fact that we did not have a stand firm against it, even when there's a pressure from the West, shows the fact that we have a weak government. And I understand, trust me, way before you start, but Youssef, you have political issues, you have way more than that when you come to talk to the West. I don't care. When it comes to the security of the Israelis, both Arabs and Jews here in Israel, I don't care. If the step that we're doing is harming our security, is harming our IDF, I do not care, I'm sorry. Because any other country, US, Canada, any other European country, if they would have faced the same situation that we faced, no one would have allowed what Israel did.
Canada would. But Canada would have.
With the current administration. Because we're talking for the next elections, and you'd see how even one of the top candidates of actually becoming the Prime Minister, the new Prime Minister of Canada, you know what he said? He said if Israel attacks the nuclear factories in Iran, it would be a gift from the Jewish state to all humanity. Hopefully he will be in power, and then Canada will do.
Well, thank you for promoting my candidate, because I'm working hard for him. So that was great. But I think that it's important that we remember that the containment strategy, and we're not going to get into it now, but I agree with you. We got to keep everyone safe and secure and strong. But we also have to be honest with ourselves, and we have to look at the containment strategy, as it's called, that has been in place and has been strengthened and adhered to for many years. And it's a problem. And that's why we need a state commission of inquiry. But over to you, Emily.
Well, we do have now the Red Cross. We see them speaking once again with the Hamas terrorists ahead of the transfer. So really any minute now we do expect that to happen. And the Red Cross vehicles are queuing up to exactly the point of transfer where the hostages will be moved into those vehicles. So we'll continue to report about that. Danny, I wanted to ask you in terms, you see the Hamas terrorists having to pose for a photo. It's really amazing, you know, they've talked for 16 months about how this, you know, impoverished community that has no funds, that has no resources, that has no food. Suddenly every single person in the entire Gaza Strip has a smartphone and top tier.
Look at this guy, he's fat.
Top tier equipment.
I mean, he's eating better than Israelis here.
We have seen a tremendous amount of hypocrisy. And Danny, I wanted to ask you as we're watching these scenes, I may have to interrupt you, but I wanted to ask you in terms of the international response to these scenes, has it affected Israel's ability to carry out this war?
Of course it did, because Israel is fighting both the fight against seven fronts, as Yosef mentioned, and a fight against the international community, which exercise different standards when they talk about Israel than other parts of the world. And as we said before, the facts are so different than what is being presented on Western media, because when you see the guys over there, you understand that there is no, hunger in Gaza, and they have the support of the Western community, which is all being put in buying weapons, tunnels, and nothing has been given to the population in Gaza, and it's all being a part of a large machine, a war machine, that is all being aimed at Israel. And the West should understand, as we all do say for a long time now, that the West is next if they don't wake up.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I mean, hopefully we won't see any scenes like this repeated anywhere else or ever again, in particular here as well. But nonetheless, this is the reality that we're dealing with today on the ground. We do see the Red Cross vehicles now queued up in the spot in order to undergo this transfer. We do see 4 vehicles, which is interesting because we do know, we have heard, according to the latest reports, that Hisham will not be transferred at this site. But there will not also, we also have received reports that there will also not be a ceremony for Hisham. As I mentioned before, there's speculation that it could be because of health concerns. We knew that he was not well, even as far back as June 2022. Physically, he was connected to a respirator. So it's unlikely that there will be...
It's not just the fact that it will be a part of the decision not to do that because of his medical condition, but there is even more than that. Hamas doesn't want to ignite the conversation about an Arab being held hostage by them, because, as I said, Al Jazeera already messed up when they said he's a Palestinian. Wait, so why are you holding hostage a Palestinian? It doesn't make any sense, and especially if he is in not a good shape mentally. So when Hamas are taking decisions like this, one, they're taking it because it's to their own favor, and they know that they have much to lose than to gain by showing this, especially to the Arab world, because the Arab world will say Hisham is Sayyid, or Hisham is Sayyid, an Arab, for 10 years, hold hostage. What? He's a Palestinian. Why?
And of course, we saw with the previous releases of some of the Arab-Israeli hostages that were released, who were very, very grateful to be returned to Israel, who are happy and proud to be Israelis, came back, adorned with Israeli flags in the hospital, proudly speaking about how they are happy to be a part of this country, a citizen of the state of Israel. I know Shosh and Ariella in Hostage Square, where the crowds have been growing for this imminent release. We've also just now received reports that the hostages have arrived to the site, so the transfer could be happening any second now. But Shosh and Ariella, what can you tell us?
Yeah, there is a lot of people here in Hostage Square, and it is continuing to grow. We know that we are waiting for the release of 3 hostages. I think actually the delay has benefited a lot of people here in Israel, the delay between those hostage handovers, because more and more people are starting to show up here now that it is a little bit later in the day. The rain has stopped. The sun has come out a little bit.
Absolutely. It was funny, almost as soon as the first 2 hostages came on the stage, the rain did stop and the sun started shining, which definitely picked up the energy. And as Shosh said, it is packed now. When we first got here at 8:30 this morning, I mean, the crowd barely came 3 meters away from the stage, and now they're all the way from the stage right up onto our backs, as I'm sure you can see. So everyone is here waiting to see the next hostages come out and please God standing on their 2 feet.
Yeah, and so we know that the 3 hostages that will be released right now were taken on October 7th. We learned, as Emily said, that Hisham al-Said will actually be released separately in Gaza City. He is a Bedouin man who's been held in Hamas captivity for more than a decade after he walked in on his own accord. His family says he struggles with mental illness. But the 3 that are being released that we are waiting for on your screen right now, you can see the Red Cross vehicles on site, also waiting for these hostages to come through. We have Omer Shemtov, we have Omer Wenkert. Those two for sure were taken actually from Nova. In addition to Elia Cohen, all three of them taken hostage at the Nova Music Festival site. We know we've been seeing videos of their families, so exciting, waiting for this moment. I actually just read a report that Omer Shemtov's grandmother prepared his favorite food and is waiting for him at the hospital with it. He was held in captivity with Maya and Itai Regev, his two friends who were with him at the Nova Music Festival. They were released in 2023, but when they came out, they said that Omer missed his grandmother's cooking, specifically grape leaves, dolmas, and that's exactly what she made for him, which is waiting for him at the hospital. So you have these moments, these families are just so excited for these moments for them to have again.
Well, at their moments that we're all excited to see, the moments that they reunite with their parents, which is first when they're taken to the military base near Im. They'll first reunite with their parents. We can't wait to see those videos, and then taken to hospitals where they'll meet the rest of their family, siblings, extended family members. So we're looking forward to that, and hopefully just in moments we'll see them. We see the Red Cross there just now, and hopefully very soon we'll see the 3 hostages coming to be handed over.
Yeah, and Elia Cohen, like we reported before, apparently does not know his girlfriend, his longtime girlfriend Ziv, survived the Nova Music Festival massacre that day. So can you imagine what that embrace will be like? Really, those are the moments the Israeli public waits for. They're here to support, but it's after the fact when the IDF releases those initial reunification videos. That is really the moment everyone wants to see. Finally, these people back home in the arms of the people that care and love them the most. So, Emily?
All right, thank you for that update. You know, as we continue to get reports of what's happening on the ground, we will circle back to Shosh and Ariella in Hostage Square. As I mentioned, we are about to see the release of Elia Cohen, of Omer Weinkart, and Omer Shemtov, 3 Israelis who were kidnapped from the Nova Festival on October 7th and have been held captive by Hamas ever since in Gaza. We can see that the Red Cross has arrived to the scene and is awaiting the transfer. And according to the reports we're getting now, the hostages have also arrived at the scene, but we are awaiting any visuals of the team on the ground there. You know, one of the things we heard in regards to Hisham al-Said, who initially was supposed to be released in this show, is that he's not in a good physical condition. But Hamas has claimed, of course, that they are not having him be a part of this barbaric ceremony because he is an Arab Israeli, out of what they called respect for the family. Of course, already as speculation is mounting, as I mentioned, that he's unable to move physically. Hamas is already getting their gears in action to correct that and present an alternative claim.
Wait, hold on. So you mean that they are now admitting that they're doing all this circus out of a disrespect to the Jewish hostages and the Jewish bodies of hostages who they murdered?
That's exactly right.
So they're literally admitting it. We are disrespecting them, but because Hisham al-Said is an Arab, we don't want to disrespect him. This is nonsense. Complete nonsense. And the only reason why they are not doing this is because they do not want to start the conversation about the fact that they held for 10 years an Arab hostage. Now I am asking them, if you want to respect his family so much, and you know that Hisham al-Said wasn't in a good mental health, you couldn't release him by yourself? You needed Israel to negotiate on Hisham? Why don't you release him, huh? I'll tell you why. Because they wanted more terrorists coming back to to Gaza, and they continue their terror act, and they wanted to hold Hisham because Hisham is an Arab Israeli, not a Palestinian citizen of Israel. Arab Israeli. And we need to say that definition because we have Jews and Arab citizens of Israel, and we are Israelis. And that's why Hamas is doing what they're doing, and I'm not surprised that they're lying. They're a bunch of liars, we know that. So this is the whole truth here. And if anybody wants to sugarcoat it in a different way, be my guest, but you'd be a liar and an idiot for believing that lie.
course, we've also seen Hamas throughout this war present completely false information. They falsified the death of another hostage, Daniela Gilboa, who we saw released before, even having her pose for a propaganda video that they then released in order to traumatize her family, first and foremost, but all of Israeli society. They also falsely claimed that the Bibas family was killed in an Israeli airstrike. This is not the case based on the forensic evidence that we've confirmed this week. The Bibas children were killed with the bare hands of Hamas terrorists shortly after their kidnapping on October 7th. And Shiri Bibas as well was murdered. Her body only transferred and confirmed this morning. But we do know, according to the reports, that that is what has happened. Danny, I want to ask you about what Yosef was saying. They could have released Hisham before, but they knew that the Israeli society, even the Israeli government, is willing to fight in terms of releasing terrorists, even to bring back Hisham. And as Yosef mentioned before, Hisham's family actually said they don't want terrorists released. They specifically requested that.
It's a matter of what Hamas can gain out of it. And what you see now, people might ask, why is it taking so long? Why weren't they released so far? And their main reason is Hamas thinks that now they gain hours of media coverage around the world. Millions of people are watching them, seeing the flag, seeing their supposedly strength and the fact that they are, hundreds of terrorists and get the impression that they are still in control. But the main issue is their miscalculation of understanding the Israeli mentality. They think that this show and other shows and the October 7 massacre is going to break the Israeli spirit. And this is where they are wrong. It's only making us stronger, and eventually they should understand that they're going to lose.
Vivian, what's your response to the scenes that we've seen so far? And of course, the fact that all of this scenario with Hisham, that they could have just released him before if they had any ounce of regard for his family.
Yeah, they don't. I mean, I think that we're all in agreement on that. They did the same sort of thing with the Thai workers that they held hostage. They were taken on October 7th. They were in captivity, some of them until this recent kind of deal / exchange. Note that just as they're keeping Hisham off camera, they kept the Thais off camera. And they were returned, I believe, 5 Thai workers on the same day as Arbel Yehud and Gadi Moses. And that was a horrific spectacle, again, where those two were almost lynched. And the Thais were handed over very quietly off camera. Hamas does that because it doesn't align with their narrative. They just want it to be this epic struggle against the colonial settlers, Zio, all the things they call us. I'm not going to say the other things. And so if that's the case, well, then why are you holding these 5 Thais?
Yep. But if you allow me, I would like to join a little bit of what you said about Hamas and actually the Arab world not understanding the strength of the Israeli people when they are united. I mean, one of the things that, among the other reasons that brought the 7th of October is the fact of Israel wasn't united prior to the 7th of October, and there was a lot of gaps between sectors and groups here in Israel, and even the call for to refuse to serve in the IDF. But then something happened. We know that the Israeli people know how to unite when there is terrible events occurring in our country. And on the 8th of October, we know that Israelis here, when there's a war, you are obligated to serve in the reserved on duty, and so you get called for it. And on the 8th of October, not 90% of the reserved on duty soldiers arrived, not even 100%, which is unbelievable because it means everybody who got called came. It was 130%. 130% enlistment to the reserves on duty just on the following day. And when I say 130%, it is Jews and Arabs. It is secular and religion. It is people who have left political opinions and right political opinions. All of them came and they were ready to fight and to save our country. And this is exactly why I say, when the Israeli population, when the Israeli society is united, not even a single terrorist organization or enemy country can beat us. And we've proven that. And that's why my message here, we must continue and be united, because we still have a lot of missions. We need to bring back all the hostages as soon as possible. And we want them all. I don't want to see any more stages. I want all the hostages to come back now.
You and Trump.
And it's time for our government to work on that. And it's time for our government to stop doing those stages, to start speaking Arabic just like we spoke Arabic in militarily. Let's speak Arabic in the negotiation, diplomacy, and tell them, you bring us back the hostages, we'll make a deal, we'll give you your ugly terrorists, we'll find a deal that will be okay from this side, but it has to be in one time. And no, stopping the war and making promises that Hamas will stay in Gaza, it shouldn't be part of the deal. You want your terrorists, you will get them. We want our hostages. But after that, we need to finish the job. Hamas cannot control Gaza. And you know, those who are in the West who are saying, oh, what are you doing? Well, you're fighting for and you're anti-Israel, yeah? And you're fighting for the Palestinians. What are you, stupid? If you're fighting for the Palestinians, then release them from Hamas, release them from the terrorist organization. You're an anti-Semite, you hate Israel, okay. But if you love the Palestinians, you have to understand that if they maintain to be under the authority of a terrorist organization like Hamas, you're not actually helping the Palestinians. So wake up. Because one thing I assure you, we will not give up. We will fight until Hamas is destroyed, whether you like it or not.
All right, well, we do want to turn to Ariella and Shosh in Hostage Square to hear a little bit more about the Red Cross, the attitudes towards the Red Cross, and what a lot of the Israelis have been saying, thinking, feeling in regards to the role of this, what is supposed to be a humanitarian organization that's been so difficult for the hostages during this time period. What can you tell us?
Right, well, I think you said it yourself just now. You know, we see the Red Cross there right now, 4 vehicles waiting to pick up the hostages. But for 16 months, there was nothing. They made no effort to check on any of the hostages. That's including women and children. And now they're here, and we'll see in a few moments, once the hostages arrive, we'll see the Red Cross representatives of the Red Cross go onto a stage and sign paperwork, which is not required as part of the ceasefire deal. That is, you know, some weird agreement between Hamas and the Red Cross, nearly a ritual that they've developed, which is not necessary. They will go onto the stage, shake hands with terrorists who have kept innocent people hostage for over 16 months and some over a decade. So, you know, as you said, a so-called humanitarian organization who have done absolutely nothing for humanity, and it's extremely ironic to see them here now. But they are working as the middleman in transferring the hostages from Hamas back to the IDF. So we'll see that shortly.
I think the concern over the Red Cross here in Israel grew significantly ever since the ceremony that took place on Thursday, where there were 4 coffins on stage, really a new level of evil, insidious actions by Hamas, putting 4 coffins. 2 of those were children, 4-year-old Ariel Bibas, 10-month-old at the time when he was killed, Kfir Bibas, Oded Lifshitz, and a random body of a Gazan woman was placed in a coffin as if it was Shiri Bibas's body. I think the problem with the Red Cross grew even more at new levels because they went onto that stage and also signed unnecessary paperwork that is not required under the ceasefire agreement deal. And the day before that, the Red Cross actually released a statement saying that there should be privacy and there should be dignity and respect for the handing over of bodies, and anything else would be unacceptable. Yet the next day, the Red Cross managed to be on that stage signing documents. So there has been a huge, enormous distrust when it comes to the Red Cross, when it comes to the Israeli public, especially because a lot of these hostages have suffered without any medical treatment treatment, any medication or anything like that. And there's just been, unfortunately, there's been this growing satirical joke that their services have really only been used to transport hostages to and from Gaza to Israel. So it's been a very complicated situation when it comes to the Red Cross here in the state of Israel. But as you see on your screen, there are 4 Red Cross vehicles waiting for this next handover to take place. We mentioned that the 3 hostages set to be handed over at this site are 3 hostages taken from the Nova Music Festival who survived that day and have now survived more than 500 days in Hamas captivity. It's unknown what some of their conditions are. We had a proof of life from Elia Cohen recently by one of the recently released hostages, which is good news. Like we said, he doesn't know that his girlfriend, fiancée Ziv, survived. That will be an emotional reunion. We also don't really know what the holdup is right now. We've been staring at the same images on the screen for about 45 minutes, I would say, right now.
It's been over 2 hours, definitely, since the last 2 were released. So everyone here in the square is holding their breath to see some progress, some development. We, ourselves are waiting to see something happen. We don't know what the holdup is. 3 hostages are set to arrive here shortly. However, that has been the case for over 2 hours, as I said now. So hopefully we see something happen in the next few moments.
And it's really quiet here in Hostage Square because people are waiting for that moment, the moment those doors open and these hostages are seen for the first time. Of course, there's excitement when that happens, but everybody just wants to take it in, look, see how these hostages are after so long since they were taken. So we're all waiting for those moments. Emily?
Thank you for that update. As mentioned, we do not know, we don't have a formalized update in terms of what is taking so long in terms of these vehicles. We do know the Red Cross has arrived. They are on site. We have received reports that the hostages have arrived to the site, although we have not had visuals of that. And we do not know what the holdup is yet in terms of the transfer of these hostages. Hopefully, it's just a delay and it's not something more serious, but we will continue to keep you updated as soon as we have the latest information on this report. I wanted to cut to our panel about something related to what Shosh mentioned, which is that there's been a lot of criticism of the theatrics of these events, of these hostage release shows, which seem to have been specifically geared towards the Israeli and more specifically even Israeli Jewish community as a core component of what they're presenting in this in these displays of what they perceive to be strength. And a lot of people are asking themselves at this point, why wasn't this negotiated as part of the deal? Why wasn't it said this needs to happen in a more respectful manner, in private, without the presence of 3,000 cameras from every single person in Gaza? What is your take on this, Danny? I mean, is that something that Israel should have demanded from the beginning? We didn't see scenes like this with the release of Gilad Shalit, for example. This is a new phenomenon.
As we said before, this is a crappy deal in all respects. Also in the respect that you were mentioning, the fact that we didn't set terms to the way that the hostages are being released, and the fact that the Hamas keep playing with our emotions. And what we see now, as I said before, is just another manipulation, just a way to play with our emotions. So yes, this is a major mistake by us, by allowing these shows to go on and not putting terms and ultimatum to the way they transfer their hostages. And we need to understand that they are addressing now 2 major audiences. One is the Israeli society and the psychological terror that they keep exercising. And the second is the Palestinian society. They want to show the Palestinians all over the West Bank that they are in control. And this is, and they don't care about the way the points that they are losing in the Western media or so. This is not something they don't really care about.
Now, Yosef, how has the Arab world been responding to these shows that they've put on?
So before I answer this, I also have just to add on top of that. During Gilad Shalit, Hamas was well in power, and there was nothing the severity of what we're seeing after the 7th of October. And also the talks about removing Hamas from Gaza, well, back then those talks weren't in this intensity as we understand. So
we do see, sorry, I just want to point out for our viewers, we do see a large group of Hamas terrorists marching. It appears to be marching ahead of a vehicle. Unclear at this point if those vehicles are the vehicles with the hostages inside of them, but most likely they are. So we will hopefully see those hostages for the first, and some of them for the first time in 16 months, very shortly.
So basically, what we're seeing right here, like I can give you an example of our allies in the Arab world. For instance, Emiratis. And we have several journalists who speak, I don't think journalists from the Jewish and Israeli society speaks like them and defend Israel like they defend. And of course, they are, sickened from this images and from this circus. Also, by the way, in Lebanon, some of the Arabs in Lebanon, specifically from Christian communities, they see these footages, and for them it is an absolute bad in terms of Hamas, especially when we saw the Israeli women when they were released, and the fact that as women they had to be surrounded with the terrorists who covered their faces, and they have guns like this. It was a very, very bad scene. But make no mistake, there is a lot of people in the Arab world who are enjoying these scenes, watching again Al Jazeera. And by the way, I know that in the last 90 minutes I've been speaking about Al Jazeera as if I'm obsessed, but the reason why I am like this is because I want our viewers to understand something. Al Jazeera has a major impact in the Arab world. They are the leading channel in the Arab world, and they created problems not just to Israel but to the Arab world. That's why Emirates has a problem with them. That's why Bahrain has a problem with Qatar.
And the Palestinian Authority just banned them.
And the Palestinian Authority themselves just banned them as well, because they do have a massive power.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just want to point out that we do see the procession, the actual ceremony of
Look at these cowards. Look at them.
Beginning.
Seriously. No,
They are beginning,
I mean, I'm telling you, look at their uniforms. They're so clean, they're cleaner than mine. And those are fighters. Those are supposed to be like the military side of Hamas. I bet you half of them did not even, they don't know how to hold a weapon beside the pose that they're doing right now.
You know, we actually did see in some of the footage earlier a small child, dressed in a full Hamas uniform, who was running across the camera. We were in the middle of an interview, so unfortunately I couldn't point it out, but these are somewhat, unfortunately, common scenes of what we're seeing on the ground in Gaza. Children actively taking part in these ceremonies, working with Hamas, taking selfies and photos and videos in celebration of the, humiliation of our hostages.
Now, footage like this, Emily, when you look at it as a Western, with Western values, you'd say it's not normal. You asked this, by the way. You asked us. I mean, these are not normal scenes. But you know what? In the Middle East, it is normal. It is normal. You see it in Syria. We saw it in the West Bank, in Gaza. We even see scenes like this in Egypt and Jordan. So these scenes in the Middle East are unfortunately normal. I, as an Arab, allowing myself to say it's not normal because I had the privilege of educated by a Western culture. But I am still an Arab, so I still have that mentality. And because I have this mentality, and because I had the education that I had, I can balance between them in order for one, to keep our strength here in the Middle East, but second, to understand who we are dealing with this. Right now, any average Arab who's watching from the Arab world these scenes,
okay, we are seeing the doors open now.
He's proud. Proud. Look at this. It shows strength, power. Look how many terrorists in Hamas uniforms. That's what they're trying to present. But in fact, I know that they are weak and that they are cowards.
Well, I think that the fact that we saw a stark contrast between what you mentioned about Gilad Shalit, at the time Hamas was strongly in power. There wasn't a question in the Gaza Strip, and yet we didn't see these scenes because they didn't feel they needed to prove it to the Palestinian society, to the world, to the Israeli society. So it was a little bit different circumstances. You can see here now the vehicle, which is believed to be holding at least 3 of the hostages who are set to be released at this stage, that they have pulled up to the other side of the stage. Most likely they will be coming out on the side we cannot see, on the other side, and going across the stage before being transferred to the Red Cross. But we will obviously see in a few minutes what's going on. The crowds that have amassed in the Gaza Strip are in the thousands, if not more, if not tens of thousands. A lot of people there on the ground to watch this, spectacle. We see armed Hamas terrorists in every direction, and of course a adoring crowd supporting them as well. It's just really a tragedy that after 16 months in captivity, that this is the scene that our hostages are being released to. I don't think anyone should have to go through this. I think probably I'm with most of the state of Israel in saying that I have a sick feeling in my stomach every time, I'm asked to do a broadcast like this, because it's incredibly upsetting. It's incredibly upsetting to see the barbarity and the savagery of what we're seeing on the ground. Vivian, I wanted to ask you, you're a former ambassador for Canada to Israel. What do you make of these scenes? I mean, what is the international community? What do they see when they see this?
Oh, I think the international community, again, is a mosaic of many different perspectives. But unfortunately, at this moment in time, there is a prevailing view of Israel that is very negative. We may be in the midst of a sort of slight shift now, and not in small part because of these horrific spectacles, and in particular the B-bus thing. But I think people see, I was just looking on my Twitter feed and reading comments from various leaders and policy influencers, and some of them are commenting that Israel is just amplifying this in order to, create sympathy for their nefarious national genocidal goals. So there are a lot of narratives, competing narratives out there, right? Some Western countries, again, Canada included, the UK, they don't see, they do the equivalency thing, and they will see the terrorists as kind of justified in their sadism, barbarism, and the way in which they conduct themselves. They're just resisting, right? This is resistance. There are a lot of countries that don't see it that way, but we're fighting. I mean, we've talked about it throughout the last couple of hours. I mean, this is an epic war of values and systems and civilizations.
We do see the crowd here.
Right here.
We do see the crowd here cheering the Hamas terrorists before them. Everybody with their cameras out, watching this circus of our hostages who have been held for 16 months. Hopefully about to be transferred. We have not yet received or seen any visuals of the hostages, but they are purportedly in, those white vehicles right there. We see also in every direction on the stage that there are Hamas terrorists standing in formation, trying to present themselves as a legitimate authority over the Gaza Strip, despite what they've
Look at them filming.
Look
at them with the phones. Look at them.
You got to ask the car on the car that's closer to us, that white vehicle. It's unusual. They usually have them in big SUVs, and I know they've done this in the past. And I'm just asking, questioning out loud. Wonder if one of the hostages was kidnapped in that vehicle. It looks like a regular civilian vehicle, and they've been doing that using vehicles that they stole from Israel.
Look at it. It looks like a really good car.
That one?
And I'm asking if for so long they presented Gaza as the largest open prison, and that the Palestinians in Gaza are suffering. They have better cars than some people have in Israel. They eat more than definitely our hostages and some people in Israel. And look at this, even when we talk about the electricity. During the entire war, from the 7th of October until today, I never saw a Palestinian complaining about the fact that they couldn't charge their phones so they can do a TikTok video and ask for donations and money and beg for it and beg for supplies and help. This is the reality. And this is why when we see these footages, we need to understand how they managed to succeed when it comes to the propaganda. And if you're talking about those sick people who came to watch this, you know, back on Thursday when they came to watch the Israeli hostages who were murdered and back in coffins, and one of them is a baby. Well, he celebrated his second birthday in Gaza, but Kfir Noel, they were there, people smoking shisha, as if it's a show. As if it's something that you sit back, relax, smoke shisha, and enjoy the show.
Well, it is a show.
What are you enjoying? Enjoying the fact that you murder brutally a kid, a baby? The fact that they're back in coffins? That's what you're celebrating. Those are the sick people that we need to deal with here in Israel. So if there is anybody from the West, thousands and thousands miles away from us, and lecturing us on how to deal with those monsters, be quiet. Be quiet.
So we do not yet know what the official reason was for the delay. Of course, there is speculation going around now that part of this was because Hamas just released their demands for phase 2 of the deal, as we discussed a little bit earlier. This is supposed to be the last hostage release of phase 1 of the hostage for ceasefire deal. Over 600 Palestinian terrorists are set to be released today, including 50 who are serving life sentences. Some of them, as an individual, in one example, has 45 life sentences just himself. So really terrible people being released today as part of this agreement. But nonetheless, Israel is committed to trying to bring home all of our hostages, is engaging in negotiations for phase 2, although we have not received any information about what exactly that would look like, despite the fact that Hamas has just released some of their conditions for phase 2. It seems that was, of course, an intentional move in order to, well, they have the eyeballs of millions of people, to raise awareness for that. Really a desperate measure, but certainly calculated when it comes to Hamas's game that they're playing here. Now, we saw one of the Hamas commanders going up on stage just a few minutes ago. Unclear exactly what the next steps are, if and when this hostage transfer is going to happen into the hands of the Red Cross, but we do see some movement now with the vehicle. And the other side, we do have footage from Ra'im Air Base, the IDF air base, where the hostages will go after their initial transfer into IDF hands and undergo initial medical treatments. Any minute now, we are expecting to see the hostages be transferred into Red Cross hands. You can see no shortage of Hamas cameras filming the moment. Again, it's unfortunate, but this is really being used as a major propaganda operation, even internally, with the quite radicalized Palestinian society that we've seen throughout these hostage negotiations. Yosef, I wanted to ask you, in terms of the Palestinian society, I mean, how are they? We spoke a little bit about the Arab world, which has had somewhat mixed reactions, including some of absolute disgust, understandably so. What is the Palestinian reaction? I mean, from the people in Gaza that we've seen so far?
You wouldn't see any different from the Arab world, who is enjoying this circus, and even in the West Bank, even in like Ramallah, which you have neighbors who are advanced more culturally. If you go now and you interview them without telling them that you are an Israeli journalist, they will tell you everything. They will tell you that they stand also next with Hamas, and that they are against Israel and the act of Israel. Now, of course, I'm not generalizing everybody, obviously not, but I am saying that the majority of them support, and don't be mistaken. If they don't support Hamas and they support the Palestinian Authority, there is no difference when it comes to the ideology. And the ideology is that Haifa and Tel Aviv and Beersheba are Israel, are Palestine, and not Israel. So Yes, maybe right now we have some sort of a security relationship with the Palestinian Authority here and there. But don't be mistaken, the same ideology of Hamas, which is the free Palestine from the river to the sea. The Palestinian Authority leader, Mahmoud Abbas, is a Holocaust denier. And he did a full work thesis on that. So there's not much difference between the people who are living in Gaza and the people who are living in the West Bank, because the education is the same. And you know what? Further than that, I'll tell you. The education is the same in East Jerusalem, and East Jerusalem is part of Israel. And there's another criticism towards my government, because we are actually the one who are splitting Jerusalem, and we shouldn't. Jerusalem is part of Israel, point, East and West. And the fact is that we are allowing a Palestinian education in the schools of East Jerusalem is a huge problem. You know, one of the volunteers that I have in my organization, he's from East Jerusalem. And he told me, I started following your work about 5 years ago, and that's why I changed a lot of the opinions that I had about in Israel. And he eventually, by the way, volunteered and served in the national service just recently. And he told me, Yusuf, I was in a school where my teacher was an ex-terrorist, yeah? Ex-terrorist. A terrorist is always a terrorist, but, you know, he was released. And he told me about how they're learning math equations. Math equations is you have 11 stones and 10 IDF soldiers. After you hit all the soldiers, how many stones you're left with? That is the math equation that they're teaching in East Jerusalem in some of those schools who are under the Palestinian education. So when you have education like this, you understand one thing, that those people do not want to live with you. Those people do not want to live side by side. And this is another way of telling everybody, whoever is speaking about the fact whether Israel is interested in two-state solution, why you're asking the Israelis? Start by asking, first of all, the Palestinians. You would say that you would be revealed that the absolute majority of them don't want that. And if they're saying it, that they want, it's only to pause for a bit in order for them to reach their main goal, which is from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Vivian, I wanted to ask you in regards to the international community. I mean, Yosef spoke a lot about how the Palestinian society, the education system is so steeped in anti-Semitism and pro-terror rhetoric. Is there a role for the international community in holding the Palestinian society accountable? I mean, a lot of aid is going to different organizations there. UNRWA has been a major center of discussion on this topic.
Absolutely. Defund UNRWA. Just get rid of UNRWA. That is the biggest part. There are many parts of the problem, but UNRWA is a colossal organization, huge budget, and it supports the curriculum. It supports the schools. UNRWA is, in many ways, the backbone of Hamas in the Gaza Strip. We know that. We've known that for years. But, you know, in the same way that the foreign policy community, the diplomatic community, still slavishly, you know, likes to adhere to this two-state idea, they are also really, really kind of clinging to this notion of UNRWA being, you know, good, right? Yeah. It's not a humanitarian organization. We know it's not. The U.S. is pulling the plug. They're the biggest funder. Netherlands, Switzerland, Sweden pulled their funding recently. So hopefully the whole myth will be blown up, but two-state, you know, in 2014, when I was appointed, two-state was already, behind closed doors, diplomats were saying, it's not going to happen. It's over. But it's taken until now for people to say it out loud.
We do see now the Red Cross, some movement. They are cute. It looks like they're sending the Red Cross representative to, again, sign those documents that are not necessary, as we mentioned earlier on the broadcast, but take part in some regard on stage for this ceremony. We see them going up. So what's going to happen now is the Red Cross representative is going to sign some documents on the stage next to Hamas terrorists. And after that, we will see the hostages transferred from the Red Cross, or excuse me, from the vehicles of Hamas into the Red Cross vehicles. So that is where we're at now. After that, as mentioned, the hostages will be transferred to Re'im. And I also want to note a few moments ago, we did air the footage of Avera Mengistu being transported to the hospital with family from Re'im base. That was the helicopter, if you were with us a few moments ago. We see now in Nuseirat the ceremony of the Red Cross prepared to sign the documents for the transfer of 3 more of our Israeli hostages. We have not yet received any additional update in regards to the 4th, Hisham al-Sayed, in regards to what time or in what circumstances he will be released, but we have been told that there will not be a ceremony for this. Most likely the reason for this is that he is not in a great physical condition. Of course, however, we do know that Hamas is claiming, out of some sort of respect, as they claim, for the family of Hisham al-Sayed. So that is the current status quo. I want to ask you, as we're watching these initial images come in, Danny, in regards to what we're speaking about, accountability on the Palestinian side, there may be a role for the international community, as Vivian mentioned. Of course, we need to talk on the Palestinian side about what they're doing in terms of education. Can Israel help? What can Israel do?
First of all, to change the narrative according to which we are acting. I think Vivian mentioned the myth of the Palestinians, that they are keeping the idea of the narrative of being refugees forever. This is the UNRWA, just one part of the way the international community deals with Palestinians refugees, because there is a different charter for Palestinian refugees and the other refugees around the world. And this is something to make this issue exist forever. And Israel start to speak or to tell the world its own narrative, which is different. We should stop using the terminology of the Palestinians, such as refugees, such as the right to return to Israel, such as the Nakba and so on. This is our story, and you mentioned what we should do. We should change the narrative and stop living according to the terms of the terms that the Palestinians are using, and of course demand the international community to stop any funding which goes directly to terror organizations.
Absolutely, and unfortunately also humanitarian aid, as we were talking about earlier in this broadcast. Well, we see now that the Red Cross is on stage.
Look at this, part of the circus. Look at this, is unbelievable. You're signing what? Huh? You're signing what? The fact also that there was an incident about a week ago with the Red Cross in Israel, when the Red Cross came to the Israeli side and said, "Stop filming the terrorists that they are getting out, and they want the Israeli side to get out and move away." And I'm like, just thinking about this hypocrisy, and I'm like, if I was there, if I was one of the Israelis who were there, and then the Red Cross comes and says, "Oh, don't be there." And I'm seeing those scenes that the Red Cross is literally taking part of the circus. And what do you think? Do you think that these two guys are not friends? They're friends. The Red Cross and the terrorists you're seeing there, they are absolutely friends. They speak and they talk and probably even drink coffee together. How about that? They are the Red Cross is part of those people. This unit of the Red Cross is part of Hamas. Part of Hamas. And there is the blonde lady, also from the Red Cross. There's a huge article about her, and that she tweeted many times against Israel, and talking about the crimes that Israel is doing in Gaza. And then she participated in this circus and this crime. Not this one, the curly blonde one.
She's been involved in all of the hostage releases.
Is she Palestinian? Do you know?
I don't care. Same. When it comes to the Red Cross in Gaza, no. But the thing is that it's sickening me to see this. And look how they are like. She's like intense. Look at this. Look at it and making sure the details. And I don't know what they're doing. What are you doing? Just bring us our hostage back. What do we care about this circus that you're doing? That you're showing to the world that what? Look at this signing. This is absolutely nonsense. Nonsense.
It's important to know that none of these documents need to be signed, of course, not in any sort of ceremony.
Well,
this is all things that could...
Maybe according to Hamas law.
Yeah. And you know that UNRWA is, the thing with UNRWA has been going on forever. Because I remember, from a personal point of view, I was a company commander in Jabalia. In the first Intifada, it was like 88 or 89. We stopped a truck, an UNRWA truck, supposed to be used to move supplies and so on. It moved 30 Hamas activists. from one point to another. This is what UNRWA was pulling off 40 years ago. And this is the way it's been going on ever since.
It's really, in a way, it's remarkable that they've been able to get away with so much when it's so blatant and so obvious. So we do see now the Red Cross exiting the stage after the unnecessary documents have been signed. And now we see, I believe that's one of the hostages.
Looks like it.
Who is being taken out of the vehicle.
Look at this. He's
also
barely
seems
walking.
extremely
He's barely
weak.
walking. Look at this.
Being escorted by Hamas terrorists onto the stage. And again, we see this fake military uniform. Just as a reminder for our audience, all three hostages here were kidnapped from the Nova Festival. These are civilians. They are not military. And
Look at this. Look at this how they're pulling him.
Yeah.
Look at this. This guy's pulling into this side. This guy's pulling into that side. And now I can tell you he's telling him smile.
Yeah.
In a bit, he will tell him to wave.
And we saw earlier today in the first release that he was asked to, the hostage was asked to speak. Now he's being asked to open some kind of certificate. You can see the reaction of the families, one of disgust, of course, at the scenes. Here is the second hostage coming onto the stage now, also being escorted by armed Hamas terrorists on every side. And I believe the first one was Elia Cohen. We will see Omer Weinkart and Omer Shemtov, the other two, giving a thumbs up on the stage despite the unbelievable circumstances
Look at this.
he's
Look at
standing
this.
in.
The pulling
And you
of
can
this
see
side,
now,
that side.
you can see now that they have given the hostages goodie bags. Again, this is something that we saw in previous hostage releases. They put a map of Gaza, photographs from their time in captivity. I mean, just unbelievably cynical, sickening behavior from this terrorist organization, getting every last opportunity they have to manipulate them. And of course, now we see on the other side the reactions of family celebrating, cheering, clapping. Third hostage now being taken onto the stage with tears of joy, relief from the families on the Israeli side. All three of them looking not seriously injured, but also very, very frail.
But watch this. When they're walking, you can see their face, how they are suffering, yeah? And look at this. Now they're telling him to wave. But when they are on the stage and they open that certificate that they got, they are forcing them to smile. They're telling them to smile. And you watch, once they say smile, they smile. But the second they don't say smile, their face is back to be in a very bad shape. And this is the most sickening thing, because everyone here in the panel and the viewers who are watching this right now understand exactly what is going on. But in some of the people in the Arab
now
world,
they're being told to say something, probably.
yeah, and they're gonna say, I'll tell you what they're gonna say. They're gonna say that this is the only way to release the hostages because Hamas is scared of a war again. And so everyone who is going on the stage, they start telling, look at this.
We see also all three of these hostages, civilian hostages kidnapped from the Nova Music Festival, all in these fake military uniforms.
This is sickening. They literally forced him to kiss his forehead. This is absolutely sickening. What a disgusting monsters Hamas are. Disgusting.
They made others, even 53-year-old Ofer Calderon, they dressed him up. They decided that he was an IDF kind of careerist. But we know that they consider all civilians in Israel to be military. But in this
even Sherry Bibas. Even Sherry Bibas, they released, whom they kidnapped with her infant baby.
Because she did her service. She did military service. But they said from the outset, they don't care if they were or were not in the army. There's no civilians, anyone under the age of 50, any male.
Vivian, here's our win. Here's our win. Because we're looking at this and we're saying to them, we're saying to Hamas, we don't care about your circus.
Yeah.
We don't care about the fact that you are forcing them to smile and forcing them to give a thumbs up, and you're forcing them to wave. We're happy that these hostages survived an evil, monstrous organization for so many days, and they're coming back home. And this is us. Sanctify life, not death and not terrorism. This image, what we're seeing right now on TV, is the best image to show who are actually the winning side, and it's us, not them.
After 16 months, I mean, these families haven't seen, haven't heard from in most of these cases. Some of them have been in hostage videos or have received a sign of life from the hostages who just recently returned. But the resilience of these families cannot be understated. I mean, it's truly something that has lifted up the entire nation in some of our darkest days, including on Thursday when we received the news about the Bibas family. You hear the child chanting Omer now.
Yalla, Omer, time to go home.
Yeah. There's certain things
You see, throughout this time, just this time we've been discussing that they've held them on stage, taking photos. It's disturbing scenes.
Yeah, we just need to wait to the moment these filthy monsters will take their hands out of our hostages, and hope to see them back in Israeli hands. And you should realize that the fact, they handpicked the terrorists that will be on the stage. They took the one who are the tallest and look.
That's right.
The fittest, and they want to show, to humiliate the hostages by this and show that they are strong and superior to them. And it's not an occasion. It's not just an incident that all of them are very tall on the stage, and so it's all part of the show of the circus.
And you know what's so crazy? All those tall, strong men, when they meet one IDF soldiers, they crawl back to the tunnels like rats. And the first thing they would do, you know what? They will take their uniforms and put a civilian uniform.
Sure.
And then when you eliminate him, you know what Hamas will say? Oh, we killed a civilian. And then you know who will adopt this narrative? The UN. And then the UN will tell you, oh, but the Ministry of Health in Gaza, they are the ones who gave us the number. And who control the Ministry of Health in Gaza? Hamas, a terrorist organization. So we're literally seeing organizations like the UN, failed organizations like the UN, another organization, human rights organization like Amnesty International, adopting a narrative of a terrorist organization that makes circus.
See the hostages now being helped off the stage. It seems they at least in the case of the first, he's not able to walk.
No, he's not able. Look, they're holding him in both arms because he cannot walk, and you will see the others as well.
It does seem a fairly aggressive grip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've been like that with every release.
Yeah.
The way they hold them is...
You see the family chanting for Omer as the transfer is about to happen into the Red Cross vehicle.
There is no better winning picture than the one that we're seeing at the Israeli families chanting and smiling and happy. This is exactly what we want to see.
I do have to say that in regards to this whole show, there seemed to be an unprecedented number of cameras. This entire release of these, 3 hostages that are supposed to be released today has taken significantly longer than the other hostage releases. I don't think that is unintentional. And we see now even off the stage, more theatrics.
Did you see him? Did you see him telling him wave?
Yeah. They're instructing them what to say, how to interact. Every second, these hostages are being filmed. I mean, you can see that just there. There's two smartphones. Yep, shoving him into the Red Cross vehicle.
To the Uber drive.
At least he's in Red Cross hands now and will be transferred over into the IDF. You see families already celebrating on the ground.
Emily, until they are not in the hands of the Israelis, even if they are in the hands of the Uber drivers, I'm not relaxed. Only when they are in the hands of Israelis, I'll be more relaxed because I cannot rely on the Red Cross, on those Uber drivers.
We do see now the second hostage off the stage for more photo opportunities, more video opportunities from Hamas. I'm not sure if our audience noted, but while they were on the stage, they actually had, I'm not sure if you could see, but they actually had drones flying around on the stage as they were standing there for several minutes for these theatrics. No speeches from these hostages, as we have seen some of the other hostages be forced to speak on stage. So at least that, but certainly disturbing scenes. And we should be shortly seeing the third hostage escorted by Hamas off the stage. of course, to an onslaught of cameras.
He must be so sorry to leave.
Yeah.
It reminds you, that video that was done of Sasha Trufanov, who was just released a week or two ago, and it was just.
What, the one in Gaza? On the sea?
Sasha by the sea, casting his fish rod. You could see he didn't know how to fish. Eating, skipping stones. Like not a care in the world on this extended spa holiday.
And by the way, did you know what their message was? Their message was that, one, where is the Israeli intel? I mean, look, we have one of your hostages literally outside. They didn't say that they got him for exactly 30 seconds for that shot and then bring him back to the tunnel and to that cage, small cage, where they even put a chain on him and barely give him food. And the second thing that they said, this is the only way you will get the hostages released is not by fighting, but by doing deals like this. But again, I'm saying it one more time.
Well, and the third message is, look how well we treat them.
Yes, of course. But here's the thing that we need to understand. Time after time, Hamas are doing all this propaganda because they have been beaten by the IDF. They have been beaten by our brave soldiers. They know the consequences of another wave of war.
I just want to point out, sorry to interrupt. I just want to
good.
point out that all three of those hostages have been transferred into Red Cross hands. We see the vehicles are already on the move. The next steps is they will be transferred into IDF hands from the Red Cross, and after that into Israeli territory, initially at Re'im military base, where they will undergo initial medical checks and be reunited with some members of their family before being transferred to the Israeli hospitals, where they will be for a more extended period of time and for reunification with other family members as well. So it does seem that things are on the move, perhaps a slight delay here. Right as I said, they're on the move. But we are expecting them to return home, and we'll learn more about their fate and their experiences in captivity, of course, in the coming weeks. But Ariella and Shosh are on the ground in Hostage Square. I want to turn to you and ask, what is the scene? How are people reacting? What has been the reaction for the first sights that we saw of Omer, and Elia?
Right, well, the energy's definitely lifted. It's been a long morning since the time difference between the first two hostages being released and these three now has been pretty drastic. But the energy when we saw all three get out of the vehicles and onto the stage was electrifying. A massive sigh of relief, lots of tears from both of us, from everyone here, hugging. Everyone's over the moon. They do, however, look extremely malnourished. They look thin, they look weak. It was good to see them all smiling, but yet again, we don't quite know the behind the scenes of that. We don't know why they look so happy, if that's something that Hamas has coerced them into, or if it is just relief to be coming home. We hope it is the latter, of course. But as you said, from now they'll be taken by the Red Cross to the IDF and then to Re'im for medical checks and reunited with their loved ones.
Yeah, you can tell by the color of their skin. They have not been exposed to the sun, probably maybe for the duration of their entire captivity, which is more than 500 days at this point. I want to note that all three men were wearing what appears to be military uniforms. Remember, we said that Hamas is very meticulous when it comes to these releases. Every detail matters. These three men are civilians. They were kidnapped from the Nova Music Festival, yet Hamas made them wear military uniforms of some sort. These are guys that went to a festival to have a good time with friends, family, whoever they were with, and ended up being taken in the most gruesome of ways possible. You know, we did see the crowd here gasp a little bit when we saw Omer Shem Tov kiss the heads of two senior Hamas commanders. It was a moment that a lot of people were shocked by because it was likely, of course, coerced for him to do something like that. But I think the most important thing is that all three men were standing on their feet. Omer Wenker definitely looked much thinner than what he was going into Hamas captivity. And I think the shock of their conditions and how they look, of course, makes the crowd have a little bit of a duller reaction. Of course, they're excited to see them, but when you really look at their bodies and what they're wearing, it's a shock. And seeing them have to wave and make kissing faces to the crowd, it's hard for people to see because they know that is not, of course, what these hostages want to do.
But ultimately, these are three young men who we have not seen for over 16 months. To see them both to see all three of them standing on their 2 feet, walking to the vehicles of the Red Cross is a massive sigh of relief. Hamas has quite literally had us waiting for many hours this morning. So to see them, above all, has been a relief. And we are waiting to hear the news that they are in the hands of the IDF and they will then be cared for as necessary.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's exactly what Ariella said. These three men will be on their way to Israeli hands very soon. We can't imagine the conditions that they have been held under and things that they've been forced to go through. But seeing their families' reactions on these screens, wow, the joy, the happiness, absolutely, it's absolutely incredible. And you can hear here in Hostage Square, wow, I think there's a helicopter flying above us right now.
Everyone's waving.
Wow.
You can see the helicopter just above us now.
There is a huge helicopter above Army helicopter. Unclear of who is in that.
That's Avera on his way to the hospital from Reim.
He was released in Rafah, so you can see the crowd behind us. Everybody's looking up right now.
So there you go, you see it for yourselves. The energy here is unbelievable. That was something beautiful to see. We haven't yet experienced that, I don't think.
No, it must be the direction of they decided to go today.
On their way to hospital.
Yeah, but wow, the crowd is so excited here. So many people still pointing to the sky, trying to get their last sight of that helicopter come through. An experience like that makes these supporters feel like they're part of it. They're part of the hostages coming back home. So this is exciting moments. Of course, there are still more hostages that need to come back that were taken on October 7th. That would be part of phase 2 of this deal, which includes the rest of the male hostages and soldiers. One of them is Zidan Alexander, who's an American Israeli who is being held there right now. And of course, someone like Omri Miran, who was taken from Nahal Oz. There are so many stories and so many lives that still need to be released from Hamas captivity. And these families are going to continue to push government officials to ensure that this phase 2 comes to fruition. Emily?
All right, Ariella and Shosh, exciting moments in Israel. It was great to see that live on air as the helicopters either transporting Avera Mengistu or Tal Shoam to the hospital from a military base. And we're waiting to receive the final updates that the other 3 hostages have been transferred into IDF hands, which should happen at any moment now. But I do want to give our panel who has joined us throughout this live broadcast a chance to sum up some of what we've seen today with these crazy events that shouldn't be normal and yet somehow are. Yosef.
I want to show you a bit of about the stupidity of those people, monsters who come and join part of the circus, be part of the circus that Hamas created. This is in Rafah, and these are Palestinians from Gaza on a day where there is rain. The weather is not good, yeah? It's cold, it's rainy, and they are on an electricity pole. Not only jeopardizing themselves, and in that case, I don't have a problem if there's problems happening in terms of electricity there, go ahead. But this is the reality. This is how stupid they are. Now, I'm not sure that we will be able to show the next footage that I want to speak about, so I will try to show it here. The Arab world is already talking about the kiss. So you understand how fast it is. And Hamas deliberately did that and asked, obviously, Omer to kiss the foreheads of the terrorists from Hamas, because they want this narrative, as if, yeah, they are treating our hostages to the fact that they love Hamas, love their captive, love the terrorist organization that actually their mission is to kill Israelis, to destroy Israel. And the fact that we know the reality, but the fact that it's still working in the Arab world shows you how much of idiots we have in our
I have the footage
world.
now.
Yeah.
There's the drone I was mentioning.
So yeah, this is the drones, and and again, the only people who are falling for this is the stupid people. So if you think that a hostage that has been held over 500 days in conditions with no food, molesting them, forcing them to learn about Islam. That's at least
chaining them. I mean, some of these hostages have been chained for months.
Chained.
They've been tortured.
And then seeing them being released, kissing them, and you think, oh wow, Hamas is treating the hostages very well. So here's the thing, and it is my final words to every idiot.
We have live footage now of the hospital where the helicopter has landed. I know we also have some footage of Avera Mengistu being reunited with his family. Must be unbelievable.
This is unbelievable.
After 10 years.
Wow.
What a scene.
Look at this.
What a scene.
Wait, you see shaking hands. You can see literally that he is not in good health, both physically and mentally. And this is the cruelty of Hamas holding. Look at this. Look at that.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to act.
Oh my God.
Still tears of joy from the family who have worked so hard for so long, even prior to October 7th.
I'm so happy for them.
To bring them home.
You know what? I wanted to address the idiots who believe the propaganda of Hamas, but you know what? They don't deserve it in the moments like this. In moments like this, we should be focusing on ourselves.
Tears of joy from the families with returning hostages. Just unbelievable scenes.
Amazing. And I know them personally, by the way. They're amazing people. Amazing people. They're fighters.
Vivian, I want to ask you your reflections on what we've seen today as a final word.
I'd just like to see this be repeated. What is it? 60 more times now?
I need to.
However many hostages remain in Gaza, I just want them all back. I think that it's everything we've been talking about for the last few hours. It's disgusting. It's also a huge relief to see these people home and repatriated and able to be with their loved ones. All of that goes without saying, but it's just so disgusting. It's so grotesque, and I feel so strongly that we need to bring the rest home, and then we can take care of business. So let's hope that President Trump and Steve Witkoff do what I think they might be able to do, and that we see repeats of this over the next week or two.
All right. Well, we do know that even later today, Hisham al-Sayed is said to be released into the Red Cross hands before being transferred to IDF hands and back into Israel. But I'm going to give you, Danny, the final word. You've been with us since the beginning of the broadcast. What's your reflections on what we saw today?
I think that we've witnessed today the exact difference between the two societies. On one hand, you can see a society that is willing to put everything on the line in order to get back our brothers and sisters, and we're all experiencing joy and tears of joy and a lot of emotion. On the other end, a society that glorifies death, that uses any means of terror, whether it's psychological or physical, and the Western viewers should understand that it's not only the problem of Israel. Israel stands on the forefront of the fight against radical Islam, but it's a fight of the entire Western world, and we should realize this, that if the West doesn't wake up, the other ones are going to be next.
Unfortunate, but true. I want to thank all of our viewers for joining in to watch this special live broadcast at ILTV. I'm Emily Schrader. I want to thank our panel, former Canadian Ambassador Vivian Berkovich, Arab-Israeli journalist Yosef Haddad, and Brigadier General in the Reserves, Danny Van Buren. Thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you to all our viewers. We will continue to keep you updated with all the latest on the hostage negotiations and the hostage release in the coming days. Thank you for tuning in.